Good morning, YouTube. Late, but I have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And I'll try to entertain you for the time that I'm here. Apologies. I told y'all 8 o'clock on Sunday is kind of tough. So I did see my clock at 7, but promptly fell back to sleep after I shut off the alarm. So that's my bad again. Anyway, moving on. No excuses. I'm late. That's what it is. So let's see who's in here. I got at least 5 of you. What's good, Malika? Say good morning, Artisan and the Geek Elite. Good morning to you. Shout out Aaron P. Says salute Artisan and the Geek Elite. And then I got 3 Ninja watches, which is fine. I noticed YouTube did put out the link late. The stream was going for about 4 minutes or so, and it didn't give me an alert that the stream was live. So that's fun too. There we go. We got Zajac in here. What's good with you, Zajac? So I really enjoyed this week seeing the response that Sinners has gotten. I did find the soundtrack. I found it last week. And on my 4th viewing last night, yeah, I've seen it 4 times now. I finally got the picture that I wanted of Remick. And that was supposed to be the thumbnail for today. But I fell asleep last night listening to the Angry Man who did his review because he finally went and saw it. So that was a good review. It was a good review. And I appreciate him for doing that because I did email him and ask him. I said, hey, have you seen Sinners yet? Like, nope. I said, I really need that Angry Man review. I'd really be interested to see what you thought about it. He said he'd check it out. So yesterday I went out and took a friend to go see the movie who hadn't seen it. And sat in IMAX again to watch it for the fourth time and see the reaction of a full house in IMAX to that movie. It was mostly people who hadn't seen it before. It was a good crowd, and that was the crowd that should have been there opening night. That was the crowd that should have been there opening night because they were laughing at the jokes. They got the humor. They weren't squeamish. And it wasn't the same audience that was there on my 3rd time seeing it, which was a bunch of tight asses with little kids in the theater. That was not necessarily for kids, even though there was sex. You didn't see any nipples or anything like that. Nothing gratuitous sexually, just like it wasn't anything very gratuitous gore-wise. You didn't see anything, but there was sexual situations, as what was called when I was younger, watching movies and whatnot. You still had the kids there. That audience was sitting on their hands a little bit. They didn't know what to think of some of this. So it means it was predominantly a Caucasian audience. This group last night was predominantly Black, and they understood what was going on, and they were responding to what was going on the screen. Laughing, being shocked, or whatever. They were involved in the theater experience of the movie. The cinematic experience of the movie, which I enjoyed. I really enjoyed seeing that. And I think every time I've watched this movie after the first time, I found myself watching the audience more. I'm watching the movie again too. And as I was explaining it last night, it's more fun after the first time seeing it to be able to just sit there and not take notes and just watch it. Because now I'm not sitting there overly critical of it. I'm just being able to be truly entertained by it. And I'm thinking that may be the reasoning behind my review of The Accountant too, because I saw that opening night Friday. And I did my review. I haven't finished editing it, so it has not come up. But I did my review Friday night when I got home and it was late. So I think on a second watch, I'd probably be more enthusiastic, especially if it's not right after work. But in this viewing of Sinners last night, that's what it was. It was really liking to see the reaction of the fans, or at least the theater goers, into the movie and being shocked and stuff like that. It was fun. Black folks will get this, but sometimes you want that audience feel of people who haven't seen it before and are sitting there making comments. You need the black folks in there making comments about stuff when they see it happening on the screen, like, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Sometimes you need that. It's annoying as hell when you're watching the movie, you just want to watch it. But I realized when I was doing movie nights at the comic shop that sometimes you need that live crowd response to what's happening on the screen. It makes it more fun. It's something that you remember. It's something that you hold on to a lot more when you're thinking back to, yeah, I saw this and I saw it opening day in the theaters and there was some dude in there losing his shit. It makes it more fun for you. Because I can sit there in an empty theater and watch the movie the same way I can watch it in a full theater. But in a full theater with an audience that's engaged with the material and into the story, it's more little things that get picked up there. Like after seeing this movie 4 times, I can tell you, people always laugh when Preacher Boy jumps out that window. Even I laughed first time, second time I saw it. It's like, this was fucking ridiculous, dude. Why are we laughing at that part? Because we thought it was a lot higher or something? I'm not sure. But everybody laughs at that point. Everybody. What up, Malika? He said, Artisan, I told my coworker yesterday at work to go see it. He texted me at 7 p.m. last night and said it was a good movie. We need to spread the word that this is a great and monumental film. It is. And trust me, Malika, the word has been spreading. The word has been spreading on various media platforms about this, even though I don't look at some of them. Like I don't look at TikTok. I don't look at X. I don't have TikTok or X account to even look at that shit. But especially here on YouTube, it has spread a lot. There was a lot of channels talking about this, but conspicuously absent are a lot of the larger channels who have a bigger microphone. They are conspicuously absent on this movie, which I find really interesting. At least 2 of the channels that are very large channels that review movies, they put up their black folks to review the movie. The main host himself did not review this at all. But apparently they had somebody black on their staff and they let them get up there and do it under their banner. I thought that was very interesting. Very interesting. Especially since I know certain folks were all the rage for like Nosferatu and stuff like that, and pumping that movie for months ahead of time. I haven't heard anything about them reviewing Sinners at all. Nothing. Y'all know my feed is probably full of geek-related content coming up. I have not seen a review for them. I've seen all these other channels that I've never even heard of before that got larger numbers than me. I'm kind of feeling disappointed. Like, damn, my little video only did like less than 200. These motherfuckers got 100K. I ain't never heard of their channel. The fuck? It's like, I don't have an audience, apparently. But I find it very interesting who hasn't been able to say, who hasn't said anything about this movie, especially since they're usually the ones everybody quotes. Everybody runs back and says, "Oh, what do you think about what so and so said? What do you think about what so and so said?" Well, they ain't said shit. I find that interesting, especially when they try to combat the idea that a lot of people will say they think they're racist, but they listen to them faithfully and always want to use them as a test case to find out what other people think. I find that very interesting. It's like, oh, they racist. Okay, maybe. I ain't got no review for sinners. But I bet money and crawled out the woodwork for the accountant, Thunderbolts, and some other shit. Now, I will give the caveat that maybe some of them are away because they had CinemaCon and they had some other shit. And I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, the asshole inside of me is like, bullshit. You take your streaming software wherever you go. You go to a con or something, you do your streaming in your room. I would. It's Sunday morning, 8:44 a.m. in California. My pool league has a tournament going on. It's starting today in Las Vegas. I am not there. But if I was there, the tournament starts at 1 p.m., 8-ball classic, right? If I was there, I'd be streaming this show from the hotel room in Vegas right now before I played. Why? Because if you're a YouTuber, that's the fuck you do. That's your job, especially if you're a big one that you don't actually have to have a regular job and all you do is do reviews and shit. Why wouldn't you? So I've enjoyed going and perusing and listening to other channels that do reviews. A lot of black folks, white folks, whoever, who are reviewing this movie and giving it a lot of high praise. Some of them I've subbed to. All of them got likes on their videos. Some of them even got comments in their comment section about how good I thought the video was. But I'm still missing those, those big three, big four people, the ones that get invited on news shows and shit. Now, I'm not being nitpicky or being an asshole. I don't think. Could be, but I don't think so. I'm just finding that very curious. Very curious. If you want to be considered the thought leaders and the leading voices of shit like that, why aren't you talking about it? Even if you wanted to talk bad about it, which I heard one do. I did. I heard one do it. But their thing is they don't want to give Ryan Coogler that much credit. They didn't like Black Panther either. It was just a mediocre movie. Wow. Okay, could be. You have to. So it's just what you understand about where you live. Some people would rather just see you do bad. Or if you're really good, they'd rather see you die in obscurity. They don't want to have any light shined on you whatsoever. They don't. So they can pretend like they can ignore you. So I'm glad to see that all these channels, and trust me, I've been watching channels on YouTube reviewing Sinners. Malika know because I sent him a bunch of clips, right? I'm like, damn, this is a good interview with Ryan Coogler. Listen to this, right? Oh, this is a really insightful interview that he did with some woman over in Europe. Listen to this, right? I've listened to enough content all week. All week. This motherfucker still ain't reviewed the movie. And then the ones who feed off of them, who just repeat the echo boxes, who just repeat what they've said, haven't reviewed it either. And I find that very interesting because this is how you map out how some of these ideas get circulated about what's good, what's bad, what's ignored. Because if you can't have an opinion because somebody you work with a little bigger channel than you don't have an opinion, you got a problem. You are no different than the shields that we talk about at Disney or for Lucasfilms. You're no different because you don't have an opinion of your own. You have theirs. And if they ain't smacking the water for the algorithm, you ain't riding the algorithm wave too. It's a sound business strategy. It is. It is. It's a pretty sound business strategy for YouTube. It's not a sound strategy for a person, for an actual genuine individual. That's not it. Because for me, that means I can't trust what the hell you saying because it ain't came out of somebody else's mouth first. You ain't got the talking point. You ain't got the bullet point to repeat on your channel to ride that algorithmic wave. I can tell you from all the channels I looked at, I am probably the lowest one viewed. But it's interesting. I can hear what I said on Dr. T's channel because they listen to that one, and my channel, who had reviews out early, repeated. I can hear that. Same anecdote, same joke, all that shit. It was being heard. But like Ryan Coogler's movie, it's easier to ignore if you don't shine any light on it. So I just must be in the wrong section or I'm shitty at YouTube. Either one is possible. Because I'm not saying I'm good at the shit. I just started the show late. Mr. Matt said thanks for the Terran Tactical post. You're welcome. I mean, Terran Tactical posted that shit up there. And I already know that Michael B. Jordan has been working with him since Black Panther. So I was just curious if there was a video for him with the center stuff because of the way he was using that Tommy gun. And sure enough, Terran Tactical had a video up there of Michael B. Jordan training with the BAR and the Tommy gun. Cool. I like guns too. I'm a 2A guy. So, you forgive me, my gummy breakfast. On fourth viewing, I finally got my picture of Riddick that I wanted. And since it was IMAX, and I'm sitting center of center in the theater, I was able just to take a video of the screen and get the shot that I wanted. And not have it be so grainy and whatnot. And sure enough, I know why people wear sunglasses on the street. I got my picture of Riddick when he finally gets invited into the juke joint. And I'm gonna use that motherfucker. Now that I said I'm gonna use it, I'm gonna see how many people jump up and try to use it first. See if that works. Fucking light, dude. Got my picture of Remick I wanted. I told you this image was burned into my mind, and I wasn't having no nightmares at night thinking about this shit. But that image for that scene was beautiful. That shit. With a little halo crown around his head. That was well shot. Uh-oh. Didn't listen to any spoilers y'all said. I haven't watched the movie yet. You and Black Bane. You and Black Bane still hasn't seen the movie yet either. Said he had to pay some bills first. I was in the middle of running to the theater to meet my date to watch it again. So I didn't actually send him any money to go that day. I should do it today because I couldn't get to the damn bank. Everybody named Mama was outside. Couldn't park. So I should do it today. It's Sunday in the South. Go see Sinners. Sunday in the South, nigga. Enjoy yourself. Get yourself some popcorn. Cash App his ass some money so he can go see this shit. Well, to Trev, I don't know how you survived this long with no spoilers. You missing a lot of content. Just saying, I don't know how are you doing that, especially if you're on YouTube. Because everybody's talking about it now. It's been a week. It's done. It's out. It's out there in the world. Spoilers abound. I did see something interesting last night when I was listening to Angry Man stream. And it was what? 11 o'clock midnight for my side, so it had to be like 2 a.m. or something in the morning for you guys on the East Coast. Anton had a stream going on too at the same time. But the question that he was asking was Sinners as good as it said. And I didn't get to listen to a stream, but I did save it to the watch later so I can go back and listen to it and see what they were saying. Because Anton is in Chicago, I was really curious to see if they were actually throwing shade on the movie or just running counter to what's going on right now in the culture that people really like this movie. I was curious. How can you not catch any spoilers? They're spoiling the movie all over Instagram. It's easy. You stay off social media. You can probably avoid it. And if you don't watch a trailer on TV, you can avoid it. You can. You just have to stay off social media. That's something that doesn't rattle people that, oh, you can stay off social media? Yeah, you can turn the shit off. You realize that, right? You never have to look at it, really. If it's not part of your everyday life, or you understand it's a part of your everyday life and what to cut out, you can stop looking at your phone and scrolling Instagram or Facebook or some shit like that. Can be done. It's just out of the ordinary to hear people doing that shit nowadays. Yeah, niggas be struggling, but I just got the GMA to watch the kids, grandma to watch the kids, and me and the wife don't watch. I just skip the show I don't watch. I just skip the show and don't watch. Yeah, you'll see it. At this point, you'll see it when you see it. And if you have, you got to find somebody to do the babysitting and shit like that. Understood. Like I said, there's no nudity in the movie. There's no LGBT shit in the movie. There is simulated sex, but you see nothing. No naked backs, no bare asses, no genitals, no breasts, no none of that. There is sex, but you see none of that stuff. So, because there are sexual situations, I don't think certain kids should be there, but I always say you ruin your kids the way you want them. Meaning, you know your child better than anybody else. You know what they can handle and what they cannot, because overall, you're the one who has to explain this shit to them. They're your kids. So you have to explain to them and give them the context and the picture frame of what picture you want them to paint in this. That's your job. You're the parent. So you can bring them to the movie if you feel like it. They're your goddamn kids. I might think that maybe if they're the type of kids young enough to be prone to nightmares, Remick could look scary. But if you talk to any of us film nerds, cinephiles who love films and stuff like that, and get back to our earliest memories of the first vampire movie you saw, the first this you saw, whatever on screen, we were pretty fucking young when that happened. And it didn't overly damage us. It just got us really excited about the media of film. That's all it did. With I'm traumatized. I can never watch another movie again. Hell no. Nah. It just opened our minds up a little bit more than was cracked open with kids' television. And we grew the fuck up. Like Black Bane especially. He put up a post on Instagram yesterday about why he goes to the gym. And I had to laugh about it because it was like, I grew up on these movies and this is why I go to the gym all the time. And it was Rambo, it was Predator, it was Rocky, it was all this stuff with, the action stars buff and doing shit. It's like, yeah, that's exactly why you go to the gym. I mean, how many people start taking martial arts when Bruce Lee was kicking somebody in the head on screen? Come on, man. It's a growth thing. What up, King? Peace and abundance to you all. Morrison, you don't tell me that movie was like 4 times and one if you paid attention. 4 movies in one if you paid attention. No, there's inspiration and references that Ryan Coogler took in that movie. The easiest one for anybody to jump to is From Dusk Till Dawn because there's 2 brothers and there's vampires in it. But if you listen to Ryan Coogler, the influences that he had in the movie, there are some specific ones. Salem's Lot, definitely from Dusk Till Dawn, Puss in Boots. There are some movies that he pulled on directly. But the story is still original. I find it more interesting to listen to him give interviews. And I'll say this about the brother. It's hard to listen to him do interviews because he stammers or stutters a little bit. I think it's more of a stammer. It's not a stutter because he doesn't do that. It's like his mouth is not keeping up with his brain, how fast his brain is working. I understand that, right? So it's a little hard to listen to him in interviews at times, especially if he's getting long-winded. But with people he's relaxed with, that shit rolls out pretty easily. And listening to the people that he talked to, I don't know if it was just about making this movie or in general, talking with Christopher Nolan and George Lucas and shit like that about movie making and shit. Crazy. Crazy. And understanding how much he's into this stuff. Sorry, I don't want no damn ants in this bitch because I dropped a gummy bear on the floor because they'll love running in my house. I thought it was very interesting, and I've listened to a few reviews with him about his process for making this movie, where the script came from, and the idea, and the importance to his family and whatnot. Yeah, Malika, the thing. And yeah, you can see from dusk till dawn. But like I said before, a lot of moviegoers only remember the last thing they seen that was like that. And that's how they try to couch the movie so they don't have to see it as an original. They're telling you how to think it by how they frame it. Oh, it's just a black from dusk till dawn. Okay, number one, From Dusk Till Dawn is not Quentin Tarantino's movie. Y'all understand that shit, right? So the way you're trying to give it back to a white boy for this is bullshit. From Dusk Till Dawn is a Robert Rodriguez movie with Quentin Tarantino in it. And the reason the movie splits up in two is the first half of the movie that I believe is written by Quentin Tarantino. Robert Rodriguez directs the movie like Quentin Tarantino would. And then the second half of the movie, with all the Latinos and shit, he directed the way he fucking would do it. That's why it turns. It is two movies in one. But I keep seeing people giving it, oh yeah, Quentin Tarantino's From Dusk Till Dawn. Quentin Tarantino's From Dusk Till Dawn. I'm like, that's not even his fucking movie. You know that, right? That's Robert Rodriguez's movie. You totally overlooking the dude who directed the shit. Just because the one white boy you can point to in it. They're friends. But unlike a lot of people, I saw that movie opening day in the theater. I knew what the fuck I was showing up for. The Desperado dude. It wasn't just because it was Quentin Tarantino in the movie. Or George Clooney pre-Batman. So, thank you, Corrine. I see you in here. Caribbean green. Now she's sharing me some green. And this drink can be as one. Got a super jet, son. Dun, dun, dun. Get this message off the top of my goddamn screen. Oh, goodness. Okay, got it. Close that. I don't know why this thing does not stream. It streams live on Facebook, but it's private. And I don't use Facebook. So I don't know why it's private. I recommend this movie to 10 people. I've gotten 10 great reviews, all different. Exactly, King. That's why I've seen this movie 4 times. 2 of those times, I took myself. The 2 other times, I took 2 other people. I did. One Asian woman, one Caucasian woman, to see what they thought about the goddamn movie. Because I'm interested in other people's opinions, in this sense, how they take this movie. Didn't spoil anything about it. Like, no, you should go see this movie when you're free. So I paid for the movie 4 times. Why? I want Ryan Coogler to get his money. None of my watches were free. All of them cost. So at that point, I bought 6 tickets to this shit. 4 for me, 2 for 2 other people. And each time it was in IMAX. To watch something I enjoyed. When I finished it last night, and Dave was like, I can see why you watched this 4 times. Exactly. Yeah, you can. Because I'm not telling you I watched The Amateur twice. I'm not telling you I watched Brave New World twice. And I was upset about that movie. I defended some things in it, but I was upset that Marvel didn't put enough effort into it. Put out a shitty movie. But I wasn't blaming the actors. This movie leaps and bounds over both of those movies. And I liked both of them. This one was fucking great. That's when you use some other adjectives. It was so good that I'm sitting around looking like, ain't nobody else seen this shit? Get the fuck out of here. What up, Charles? Woo Beast in the building. I can't believe it. And while I find it interesting, the Caucasian big channel reviewers who have not watched this movie or have not reviewed it, I find it more interesting to see the black folks who haven't watched it. That's the other part that I find interesting. Because the critical eye is critical of everybody, not just some people. And like I said, I make observations. And what I observed is like people dragging their feet to support this shit. There's a good interview recent with Robert Rodriguez and Alex Friedman podcast, very long, but I think you should enjoy it. Enjoy that interview, Artisan. Karine, I think you have a wrench here. I think you do. Let's see. No, you don't have a wrench. Grab that link for me, Karine, and then you can drop it in the chat. Let me wrench you up because I am not on the YouTube. I am directly on StreamYard, so I got to go to my phone to pull it up on YouTube and wrench you up, sister girl. Put your Rosie the Riveter shit on. So we're going to get you a tool. We're going to get you a tool for the toolbox. You have been so knighted as an elite. Drop the link in there for that Robert Rodriguez interview, Karine, and I'll check it out. There's a joke I can make about it being long, but I haven't figured out a tasteful way to make it without making it seem like I'm gay when I am clearly a huge lesbian. So I'll just say shortly that that's what she said. It was long. Movies like this, you have to have in-depth, honest, and intellectual conversations about. Exactly, Malika. And that's what I've enjoyed about watching all these reviews about this movie. It's not just blanket reviews that, oh yeah, I watched it. It was this, that, the other. Blah, 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 blah. There's my vote for the algorithm. 8 minutes or less. Bam, I'm in and out. I'm done. A lot of reviews are having deep conversations about this. More than an hour. That they're really talking about the stuff in this movie and really being shocked. Like one of the themes that keeps bouncing back, people are shocked about Asians being in the shit. How do you miss that? What did you do in school? Did you never listen to history class? Or did they just not teach any of this shit anymore? Where do you think the Asians came from? You think they just showed up last week? Bro, everybody was here. The most common, Malika, misstatement I see is people think that the Irish vampire was racist. I said, he wasn't racist. He said he didn't like them bigots. That he was going to go and rectify them right after he got Sammy. He didn't like the motherfuckers. So where are they getting that shit from? It's interesting how people watch this movie and read it. And this lets you know what lens they're looking at the world in. Because if they're not seeing the picture for the picture of what the picture presented or the film presented itself, the inferences they make is from their own view. They're putting their own shit on it. That's why so many people can say, oh, it's just a black from dusk till dawn. That's their view of it. That means they're not even taking the movie in for what it is. They just want to see it as something else. Easiest comparison. They don't want to dig too deep because it's too deep for them to dig. Shallow surface level. Let's okay, we good. No. Everybody else watching this movie is like, oh my God, I need to talk about this. I need to talk about this with somebody who's seen it. You ain't seen it? Motherfucker, you got to go see this so we can talk about it. I'm glad to see that because that was my experience. I'm serious. I did a slow walk out the theater when I watched it the first time. Just that slow old man contemplative walk. If I had a cigarette or something, I would have been just sitting up there. Sitting there like Dave Chappelle, thinking up jokes. No, it was a really, really slow walk to the car. The first time seeing it, just gathering my thoughts and shit. It's like, wow, okay, all right. And from what I've been seeing since I've watched so many other people's damn reviews, they were doing the same thing. So it wasn't just me. Oh, black folks and white folks, Mr. Matt. You see where both of them get their cues from. Lets you know they are not a thinker. Like BGS would say, they are not a thought leader. They're a thought follower. And you should make note of that and remember it when other reviews come out about how good something is. You track that shit back. You do the etymology of this thought process and see where it came from. And then you know who's the loudest voice shit on something. What up, JT? Fraction said black folks got to do better. We really don't support original art. No, we don't. That's what's disappointing about this shit in some ways. JT, that's my biggest thing. That really forcing people I know to try to go out and see it when they would have rushed to seeing some other shit. That's like I said, I make observations. You don't have to like the observations I fucking make. I'm not looking for you to like them, but it doesn't mean I didn't see them. And this is what I'm observing. In my observation of this movie coming out, black folks are dragging their feet too fucking long and making too many goddamn excuses why they don't want to go see the movie. Like they're going to offend white folks or something. It ain't a slave movie. Because if you ask them same black folks how many of them saw 12 Years a Slave, they probably would all raise their fucking hand. It doesn't mean it wasn't a good movie, but you get the context. I didn't think like some Caucasian reviewers who reviewed it didn't like it. I didn't think that last scene was necessary. You didn't think it was necessary to see a black man with a Tommy gun shooting up Klan members coming to kill him? Oh, wow, that's interesting. Why didn't you think that was necessary? Because I seem to remember a movie that came out a while ago with a little white girl in a purple costume went into, a rough neighborhood and all these black men was in there being drug dealers and shit. And she just cut, stabbed, and did all kind of unspeakables to them. You were entertained by that shit. I was sitting there horrified, like, why do we need this? This is fucking gratuitous. So now little white girls with blades can kill us. Well, fucking hell, dude. I don't like that part. And that was Kick-Ass. Superhero movie. Black folks ain't fared no better in a lot of these other movies. So you kind of squeamish because some Klan members got their ass fucking chopped up. So fucking what? Pretend it's a war movie. You need to fix your clothes. Your fucking hood is showing. With that dumb shit, you shouldn't care if they is white or otherwise, unless you agree with what the Klan stand for. Just saying, shouldn't be an issue for you. Because if they was German, you'd be clapping that shit up, wouldn't you? The Germans. Make believe. It's a film. I trust you in here giggling. What up, sister? Look, the Asian woman I took to the movies last night wasn't sure about the Asians being there. And I'm like, you remember when the railroads were built, right? 1800s? Okay, Asians were here. Did you think they left? No. One of the things that people missed in that movie, that everybody in that movie was a slave at one point. Or their people were slaves at one point. The Irish, the Chinese, the black folk. They were. But if you want to drop the movie into such binary senses of black and white, you would miss all of that shit. And you'd miss all that history there. Like Dr. Chiaspan has said to me when he first came out the movie, there's so many layers to this. It has to be discussed exactly. Because if you're not in the movie asking questions like what is he bitching at her about that paper money for? That it's not real money. What does he mean by that? And you don't know nothing about the plantation system in the South, do you? When homeboy said he just had them wooden nickels and stuff, but they're good at such and such store, you don't know nothing about those. As phony as a wooden nickel. This is all stuff that's just passing over you, even down to drinking corn liquor or what a juke joint is. This is all shit that's passing over you because you have no sense of history in that area, which is what the movie is actually giving you a little bit of. It's giving you a view. It ain't explaining everything to you. Go do your fucking research. You got a computer, right? You can Google who said what and who was sleeping with who. Why don't you Google some useful shit to educate yourself? One of the most powerful tools in the world right now, and people use it to look up cat videos. Fucking insulting to the minds who put the shit together so you can work on it. Just to scroll TikToks of people doing stupid shit. It's a lot of processing power being wasted. That's where your legwork comes in as an audience member. They didn't even teach it because they don't. Everyone kept saying it. Asians were in the U.S. I'm shocked because I learned it in high school history class, not even college. Korean, you'd be surprised how much you learn. I don't know if you were here in this country or what, but how much people know about our country outside of this country that the people living here don't even fucking know. Because we ain't getting that whitewash version of history. That non-guilt, non-finger pointing view of history. You know, the truth. And they're easily, like they're doing with this movie, easy and quick to turn away and try to ignore it and not deal with it. Because that's how they've done everybody. I hope the 30 Fashions comes back in style with the influence of the movies. No, but instead of a white party, I would be more interested to see black folks doing a 30s party. I would. I know a hat shop right down the street from me right now. That motherfucker would sell out. It would sell the fuck out because everybody need their bread. Everybody need their brim hat. Like I said, Ryan creates cinematic gumbo for historical references, good character development, audiences slash character relatability, and mostly the hero's journey. Yeah, mostly is. And that's why when I talked about this movie, I said these are not good people, just to get that out the way. It is the hero's journey, but these dudes are not good people. They're not. By their actions, you see they're not necessarily good people. Some of the things that they do, though, are good. They are. Something that AM pointed out last night that I hadn't even thought about is that the ending scene where the Klan shows up, they didn't show up in hoods, but they showed up. And Smoke, takes care of them outside. Why couldn't they get into the juke joint? Because the door was locked, right? AM pointed out something that Smoke at the end, the reason why he killed those people at the end is that he was defending his brother. And I thought about it, like, his brother wasn't there. I said, wait a minute. Is his brother inside the bar? And that's what AM was saying, that And I asked him, damn, I never thought about the fact that Mary and Smoke, or Mary and Stack, were inside the barn or inside the juke joint. He was like, yeah. That's why he was shooting them up outside. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Because you see him running away. You see the clip in the movie is Mary running away. But you also see Smoke come back, or Stack come back to fight his brother. Well, you don't see where Stack went after Smoke went outside to save Sam. But by the end of the movie, Stack and Mary survived. So they didn't burn up that day. Well, how'd they do it? Everybody walked there. That didn't come in a car. Everybody walked there because the mill is out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, they would have died if they was out there in the sun. Because there was nowhere for them to hide from that shit. And if you notice in the movie, Remick took a little longer to burn up than everybody else. He was an older vampire. So they would have been toasted. They couldn't have hid under a tree or no shit like that and been all right. Came back into the barn. Hid in the barn. They hid in the mill. I'm like, holy shit. That puts a whole new view on the movie. And to make me a promise, Sammy lives a long life and you leave him alone. And the idea, the one person that Smoke couldn't kill was his twin brother. That even in that instance, he might have saved his brother. Damn, I put a different spin on it. It does. But this is what talking about this movie and other people seeing it outside of just you and your own vision and talking about it gets you to like, oh, damn, I never thought about that. I never thought about that. In 4 times. It took 4 times. Still didn't think about it. I can tell you this. When I sat there last night and watched the movie again, I knew damn well I'm going to buy this on some format when it comes out. I knew this. And I knew I could watch this movie more times than I've watched From Dusk Till Dawn. And y'all know I like From Dusk Till Dawn. I like vampire movies. But I also love the hell out of a little Latina. Little 5-foot nut and Selma Hayek ass. Love me some Selma Hayek. First movie I ever saw her in. Right? Like Quentin Tarantino, like Robert Rodriguez, like everybody in that movie. It's a good movie. Even Cheech Marin, goofy ass. But this movie is a lot deeper than that one. Because those sequels from Dusk Till Dawn were shit. And AM put a perfect point on it, is that Quentin Tarantino movies get fucking campy. and not serious at times. Ryan Coogler's movie sat in the pocket of being serious. Yes, there were jokes in it, but you took the movie seriously. And Delta Slim's little points in there being funny and shit like that gave you a minute to catch your breath or let out a breath. Like, whew, okay, that's fucking Slim being stupid. Bitch, you better eat that garlic. You know, that's all it was. It was giving you a break, a chance to breathe again. Tell the truth. Did you jump at the same moment when Cornbread tried to bite his arm? I'm gonna drop my drink. That shit is still surprising. It is. I thought about it this time too. The beginning of the film where Sammy comes back to his father's church and he's coming up to his father, and it's like, dang! And you see that image of Remick really quick. And Sammy is having those flashbacks of what he see. Like, what the fuck is that? That shit hits hard. There are some people in there jumping from that shit. Because I told you on my second watch of the movie, I went to see it last Sunday after the stream. I went and saw the movie again. Right? And there was a white lady sitting next to me solo. She was jumping. She jumped like 4 times in that bitch. It just ended up being funny. I left the theater, went to Jamba Juice to get something to drink. She was in there too. And I said, oh, well, how'd you like the movie? And we sat down and had a little conversation about the shit. She's like, oh, I'm so embarrassed. I said, don't be embarrassed. If you were scared, you were scared. It's okay. Everybody gets scared. I said, this is my second time seeing this, so I wasn't scared. I knew it was coming. I just thought it was funny that your ass was, oh. It's making me giggle a little bit. You know, it is what it is. So, got you, Parrish? All right. He said, drop this drink. Like, shit. Yeah, no. Something bad was going to happen there. Something bad was going to happen there. You knew it. Like, AM was pointing that shit out too. Said, man, somebody ever asked for some money and they like this? Something ain't right. Nah, bro, you ain't getting shit. I threw that money out that door at his ass. Like a fucking strip club. Go get that shit. Nah, bro. So I can see why, but yeah, that was funny as fuck. Get this goddamn banner off the screen. Good Lord. I can't get it off there. It's gonna be blocking out some of the shit. Blaze Ancestor prequels. You know, Charles, that comment people made about this being the script that Ryan was pitching to Marvel for the Blade movie. It ain't want to do the shit. So he took it to Warner Brothers, and this is what became Sinners. I can see where Blade could have been stuck in this. But also, it's fucking bugging here. You had Vampire Hunters with the Choctaw. You had Vampire Hunters because they knew what the hell Remick was. Now, we don't know exactly what the Marvel version of Blade is and will look like. So it could be a prequel, but the last thing in anybody's mind will be Wesley Snipes' Blade and his origins, stuff like that, and how that would fit into this story. It wouldn't, because it wouldn't be that Blade. It'd be Marvel's version of Blade that they were using. So in that sense, maybe Stack or something like that ended up being a vampire hunter. Who knows? I don't necessarily care. I like what I got. And it would not have been improved any by Marvel Entertainment's intrusion of its own characters into it. It wouldn't have been improved. It would have been a shittier script if that happened. 100% believe that. It would have been a shittier script. Because this movie would have got that fucking Brave New World treatment. Flat out. It's better having not been associated with them. I'm glad they turned it down. It's a better movie because of it. Because them goddamn cornballs over there would have fucked it up. They would have butchered the script. We'd be looking at Michael B. Jordan like, damn, dude. I was giving you a pass on Wakanda Forever, but this after that, oh my God. No. You see what the aberration was, which was Wakanda Forever, and what the good projects were, which was Creed, Black Panther, Fruitvale Station, Sinners. And you see this other one sticks out as being, I don't know what the fuck happened there. It's still the same director, but there got to be studio involvement. They'd have did the same thing to this movie if they made it. Yeah, so fuck them. No. Nope. So Matt said the American South is very rich culturally when talking about it outside of a slavery context. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. It's black folks. I might not know all of that shit. I don't. I'll just tell you, I don't know all of that shit. But to me, being kind of a buff for history and stuff, I don't have a problem learning that shit. Because it's all fascinating. Because it actually happened. It's one thing to remember all this lore about D&D and comic book characters and Lord of the Rings and all of that shit. Well, all of that lore is made up. You know that, right? The actual lore that you're living through right now is all real. And it all should be given that same amount of enthusiasm and understanding and knowledge that you give to all this mythical shit. It's like I pointed it out to somebody before that they can't remember numbers or certain events or stuff like that happened here, but they can remember somebody's batting average or how many yards they ran for in some game they never saw live. I said, no, your brain works just fine because you can remember all this bullshit, but you can't remember the important stuff because you don't care. You don't fixate on it like that. You ain't played a snap on this team. Not one. They ain't had your ass out on the field clipping the grass, nothing. But you remember all their stats and all their business. You can't remember the shit that's actually important to your culture and your people. To me, I see that as a problem. It means your focus is fucked up. That's what it means. The Irish, Indian, Chinese, and African representation in the movie was statement enough that those four groups were slaves and builders of the country and get left out and becomes revisionist history. Yes, that's why I said everybody that was in it were slaves. That's the point. At one point, all those groups were slaves here in this country, not that far removed from each other. Black fire movies hit harder for me because of the cultural differences on how we respond to the situation. Our ancestors responded the same way the Native Americans was responding. We know what the fuck this is, and we trying to wipe it out. You gonna help us? No? Okay. God be with you. Why don't white folks act like they don't understand what a hooju woman is? Or a medicine woman. They don't get that shit. Like, come on, I know y'all gotta have that in your culture somewhere. Somewhere in your culture, no matter where you come from, you got the medicine people who understood what was going on with the spirit world and what was belonging here and what was not belonging here. That's why I didn't understand how people was having such a hard time with understanding what a haint is. Even if you had never heard the word before, she explained it to you in the fucking movie, which means people don't understand English. A haint is different from a vampire for the simple fact that the person died and a spirit possesses that body. That's a hate. For a vampire, the spirit never left the body. It's trapped in there, but it's dead. You understand a body is just a vessel, right? Your soul, your spirit travels around in, right? Okay, then. So what's the problem? Is everybody slow on the uptake? Am I in the slow class? What the fuck? I should have walked into the account. They got enough room for Spectrum kids there. And I don't hate Spectrum kids. I just understand that some folks understand it is so slow. It makes me crazy. I don't get it. And black vampire movies hit harder because they deal with something more than just sucking on people. Just saying. It's not sucking in sex and money and stuff like that. Or, oh, I'm just having a debaucherous time because I'm a vampire. Oh. Still got some struggles, nigga. The South has been insanely whitewashed. I can believe it. Because they want to turn away from that. They don't want people to remember that that's the shit that happened and that was done. That's why your reparations talks always get them in their feelies. Artisan, how do you feel about how powerful the scene was when they were arguing about the wooden nickels? It was powerful because when I saw that scene and he put them down on the counter, I was like, oh shit, slave money. It's like plantation money. It's not real money. And I understood what he was saying. Like, hell no, we ain't taking this shit. We want actual this. That transition between understanding that this money spends nowhere else is like almost a fake economy. They might as well have been bartering for beads with beads. Might as well. And he wanted money that would give you power in the real world, not just on the plantation or at the plantation market, where that shit would only spend. 4 years of wooden nickel. One of the other things that was missed, like when they went to the Clarksdale train station, the whites only signs, whites only bathroom, whites only ticket booth, and shit like that. Even though it's white folks and black folks on that same train platform at that station, it was segregated up. Just as much as on my first view, and I missed the fact that the other store across the street only had white folks in it. I totally missed that. Just my West Coast sensibilities is like, oh, it's just white folks in it anyway. I totally missed that shit on first viewing. Sucks for Marvel, huh? Even though I was joking, Marvel would have handcuffed me. Marvel would have ruined that shit. And you know they would have ruined it if you see Wakanda Forever and listen to him talk about Wakanda Forever and the story that he had for it before he made it. How much his story changed. What the story was actually supposed to be about. It's like, damn, they butchered that shit. I told y'all when I watched that purple carpet shit for Wakanda Forever, Kevin Feige didn't look right, Ryan Coogler didn't look right. And what did I say? They look like they got Ryan Coogler's kid somewhere with a gun to their head. You're like, you better go out there and say you like this shit. He did not look right. And then after the movie dropped and it was bombing the way it was, then you start getting actual reviews from him about what his original script was. You know, the one he pitched to Chadwick Boseman. Like, yeah, that was a hell of a better story. What happened? The studio happened. One thing I heard from one of these larger channels, one of the reviewers on there, he has his own channel. He was like, yeah, Ryan Coogler, you don't need to go back to Marvel. That was a white dude saying that shit, and I was laughing and say, you're right, you don't need to go back. You're too good for Marvel. Don't go back. Apparently, because they ain't been able to do nothing but take young, good directors and ruin their goddamn careers. So, that could probably teach Blade. Could probably teach Mashallah Ali's blade. Could have been bitten by Stack. Because that's the thing. You had the key, at least to Wesley Snipes' version of Blade, is that he's a daywalker. Right? All the powers, none of the weaknesses, because he was in utero when his mother got bit. Marvel's version, the MCU version of Blade, I don't know what they're going to do with his origin story. I don't know how they're going to change that up. But if they wanted to weigh in, he could have been bitten by one of those people in 1932 in the South. And he could be similarly powered to how the vampires were in this, with the eyes and stuff, which is why he always wears sunglasses, outside of just saying his eyes are sensitive. And it would give him his strength and leaping and stuff like that. But because in this movie, you can see that Remick, like I said, Remick took a little bit longer to burn in the sun. It wasn't immediate as the people he had just turned that night. They immediately went up in fucking flames. Remick was in broad daylight just smoking and shit for a while. Not like he was resisting it, but like it was taking a bit longer to work on him. He had to be in full-on fucking sunlight for a while. You know, you got to get up to 400 degrees before he start baking. I don't know why people keep mentioning Vampire from Brooklyn. Voodoo Man from the Island is trying to kill Eddie Murphy. Eddie's vampire. I don't know why people keep mentioning Vampire in Brooklyn. I think they keep doing it as trying to make this movie out to be a joke. Because I remember Vampire in Brooklyn. Vampire in Brooklyn was mostly a joke. Like Once Bitten with Jim Carrey. It's mostly a joke. Not a serious vampire movie. Death by Temptation, which nobody mentioned, is a more serious vampire movie with black folks in it than Vampire in Brooklyn. And Death by Temptation has some known actors in it that were in Spike Lee movies. Here, let me do my part for the culture and my copyright for the day, for the stream. Circa 94, I believe it was. And this is just to show you, I told you before, I've seen a lot of vampire movies. That's one of the supernatural creatures I really like. So I watch a lot of, or seen a lot of vampire movies. This is Death by Temptation.
His destiny had been foretold. Its fate had been forewarned. He did not know that something so sweet could be so evil. Now, the fate of mankind hangs in the balance as Kadeem Hardison, TV's Dwayne Wayne.
This honey I met the other night was bad. Bad. Super bad.
And Bill Nunn from Do the Right Thing.
Now, mind you, Woody Harrelson was in Vampire in Brooklyn.
Get busy in the first contemporary horror thriller of its kind.
Excuse me, I said Woody Harrelson. Kadeem Hardison. What the fuck, dude? I need to finish my cup of coffee.
James Bond III's Death by Temptation. She's every man's dream and your worst nightmare.
She leaves with men, and you never see them again.
I'm on a mission and nobody can cramp my style. So if you can't get down, stay at the crib for a while. I don't mean to be true and know my heart.
Death by Temptation, a new movie from Troma. With new music by Ashford and Simpson, Melba Moore, Najee, and Freddie Jackson.
Najee. What?
Movies that
So there you go. There's me educating the masses. Death by Temptation from like 94. They don't teach critical thinking. Have they used to? I'm beginning to think that the reason TV and television is so horrible, no critical thinking. They teach critical thinking, but critical thinking is philosophy. It goes into philosophy. You have to take philosophy classes. Psychology classes or philosophy classes. You can take some sciences like chemistry and shit like that, anything that teaches a scientific method, because you'll get critical thinking in that shit. Maybe some mathematics as well. But don't think culture is supposed to teach you critical thinking. No, your family is supposed to teach you critical thinking. That's not it. So it's still taught because that's where I learned it from. That book sitting there. I still have my philosophy book from my first philosophy class when I went to college the first time. And that's what it was about, critical thinking. Or was it thinking about thinking or some shit like that? Oh, that's all it was about, was critical thinking. But that's why you get into philosophy, to learn that shit and learn how other people saw the world and how they were critically analyzing the world that they were in. Like if you read Marcus Aurelius, yeah, he was an emperor, but what is he sitting there doing? It's called the Meditations for a reason. He's sitting there ruminating on the world around him and how things work. Not because he's at a level where he doesn't see it and doesn't understand it. No, he's one of these people who actually sat there and thought about some shit for a minute, not just took it on face value. 95% are slow, as 5% are the know and understand what's being told. Possibly. I would say it's lower. I'd say it's probably like 75%. Or now you understand the old phrase about not accepting any wooden nickels. Now you understand the phrase about not accepting wooden nickels because they ain't worth shit. I understood that before I understood where the wooden nickels came from. I like the Blade TV series. Was that Blade began his life in the black gangs of vampires? Yeah, the Sticky Fingers Blade, House of Cthulhu. Series just want to push agendas and make money, not make good stories that teach, uplift, as well as entertain. No. They have an interest in money. And I can tell you this. All that smoke Ryan is getting about the deal he has, he's pointed it out. He's not the only director to actually have that deal ever. It's just not been widely publicized like that. But a lot of directors have had that deal. So why is everybody pointing it out that he got it? Because this Negro stands a chance to make some money. They don't like that. To get a hold of some generational wealth that will pay his kids, his 3 kids, after he gone. Don't be surprised that if by 25 years, I shouldn't say this, but if you want to mark your calendar, you're young enough to mark your calendar 25 years to understand when this movie reverts back to his ownership. I want you to look at that property and see what's been done to it in that time, if it's been ruined in any way, or if the director has fallen out of favor in any way. That's what I would look at. But it's going to take the long view to understand that and the long attention span to really watch something like that. because you know it'll be here. Fucking From Dusk Till Dawn is half of that age already, if not more than that. Yeah, I think From Dusk Till Dawn is more than 25 years old already. And it's only bubbling in your algorithm right now because everybody keep mentioning it when they're talking about Sinners. But it's not regularly playing anywhere, is it? Any streaming platform? Well, I'd be surprised. New comments. Even at the end of the movie, it took Remick a while. You want to stake in him? Yep, said that. Death by Temptation was an awesome flick. Yeah, it was a cheap flick because if you know who James Bond III is, he made that movie, and he is the main character in it. So he would be like the Sammy character in it, who meets that woman who is a vampire and is trying to kill off his line. But there's a note at the end of the movie about thanking the people for the movie and that he is the last of his line because he was. While the rest of the men in his family had died, he was the last one. It was a black dude named James Bond III. It's kind of cool. He had no idea that the movie existed, which is how in this media culture right now, everybody who don't review Sinners is basically tell you they want this movie to be like Death by Temptation. You'll never knew it existed because they never talked about it. The Major never picked it up. Literal man eater, yeah, she was fucking them boys over. That vampire was rough. She was fucking them dudes up. And I can give you, they already gave you the setup in it, but think of it like this. That hot chick you saw in the bar one night, and she always in there, and you pop at her. You can get back to the house, you about to do some freaky shit. Got your pants down, the motherfuckers was getting destroyed. Destroyed. Because she was one of them rip you apart vampires. Yeah, if you can find it, check it out. 1990? Okay, I was 4 years off. I have it on videotape. Because I recorded it off of, I think it was like HBO or some shit like that. No, it's just, the old nigga bringing something forward that you young guys don't know nothing about. That's what history is good for. That's our job as getting to be elders in the community and shit like that. We got to bring some of this stuff forward to the younger masses to bring this history forward. Ryan Coogler is younger than me. He bringing stuff to people that they ain't even thought about, didn't even know. Bringing that history forward. That's what you're supposed to do. That is your job for your culture. You bring that history forward. Problem is, between the 90s and the 2000s, a lot of y'all was trained that you're supposed to throw away all of that shit because it's old. It's not inclusive. It's not progressive. You're supposed to throw away all that history and only accept what they offer you new, which is only bastardized versions of your history. Thankfully, it didn't take with everybody. Thankfully. Some people were saying Warner Brothers set Coogler up for failure. You could see it that way, in a sense, but that was the deal he asked for. So he had a plan, and I'm going to trust that he knows what the hell he was doing, because I don't work in the Hollywood system, in movies and shit. He talked to people who've actually done these deals, like George Lucas. So I'll trust him on that. I just don't want him to fuck him later on. Dust Till Dawn will be 30 next year. Okay, exactly. 30 years later. And that went by quick. We're sitting in 2025. I remember the turn of the century. My daughter is 25. That shit goes by quick. What is it? You almost halfway done with this year already. And the movie came out this year, but it was filmed last year. So that 25-year ownership didn't start from release date. I think it started from when the movie was finished. You might already be a year into that shit. 24 to go. Nope, Mr. Bad, he ain't said a fucking word. Not a word. He British. I think he's a Brit. If not, he's an Irish or Scotsman. He says shit. So I always worry about y'all when you always worried about what the hell he had to say about some shit. Well, you know you don't share the same view as you, right? You don't have your same experience. But I understand having a critical eye on certain things. It's not based on your skin color. But silence on something like this is deafening. It is very deafening. Like, I hear nothing. Usually the first ones with reviews up. And everybody lapping at your trough to go repeat your words. Interesting. Males and females alike. Ain't had shit to say. I got you. Thought leaders. Sheep herders. Not thought leaders. Sheep herders. Herding the sheep. So I enjoyed it for the fourth time. I still enjoyed the movie. It's still sparking conversation, which is the mark of a good movie. To me. Because if it's not giving you ideas that you want to talk about with other people, it can't be considered that damn good. It can't be. Like I said, I keep using this because it's a recent movie. I watched The Amateur. Have you seen me having a huge conversation about The Amateur? And I like the movie. They ain't pushing nothing forward. A nerdy, weird-looking dude going after people to kill them because his wife got killed. And exposing some agency corruption inside the CIA. Did I think some of the kills were cool? Yeah, I thought it was. How he got out of situations? Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. You didn't hear me talking about it after that, did you? You didn't hear me going back to see it 3 more times, did you? No. I liked it. It wasn't that damn good, though. So, JT, you ain't shit. Go away now. You still away? We still waiting, bro. Yeah, interesting as fuck. So, this is where the stream will turn. So, on my 4th watch of Sinners, I really enjoyed it. I have not, as much as I've been waiting for, the 136 is, I have not watched Andor yet. I have not had the time. And I did not watch Last of Us. So I'm 2 episodes behind on Last of Us. What's up, Rosie? Say good morning. Good morning to you. I did watch The Accountant too. I did do a review for The Accountant too. It is not done editing, so it is not up. But I did watch The Accountant too. And I can tell you, I did like The Accountant too. Although I did not think it was as good as the first one, I did like it and it was good. And I say that because The Accountant 2 feels a bit different than the first movie. And in some ways, I think they took a lot from the Christian Wolf character, that it doesn't make him seem as capable. I can say John Bernthal was fun in this movie while he's there. His character of Braxton is fun because after seeing the original Accountant movie, which I did see in theaters and really enjoyed, really tried to push it to people to go see. By the end of that movie, I wanted to see Braxton and Kristen together. I want to see the two brothers interacting. And that's what I got in the second movie. Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate that, sister. Rosie supporting the stream. I will give you Redman.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Oh, yo.
Appreciate you, Rosie. I like seeing the brothers together in The Accountant too, Braxton and Kristen. That was fun. I could tell you in no uncertain terms, I didn't like Medina, the Medina character this time, and it's played by Cynthia. What is it? Cynthia Abdi Robinson or whatever. Pretty European sister. Yeah. Unfortunately, her ass was in Rings of Power. She's that queen in Rings of Power. I forgot that shit because I didn't finish watching that goddamn show. I'm sick of that show. Not watching it. Did you double up on me? Did you double up on purpose, Rosie? Or is it a glitch in the Matrix? Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix. I'll let you explain it. Her character of Mary Beth Medina, I was hating Mary Beth Medina. I was waiting for Mary Beth Medina to get killed in that shit because she was on my nerves. She was on my fucking nerves because it did the common trope that always happens in action movies where you have a really proficient fucking killer, badass. Everybody's showing up for this character. They love it. And the first thing they do is try to soften that character up with not having him do what he's good at doing. No, we got to do this by the book. We can't just kill these people. We can't just do this. There are rules to follow. Bitch, did you call him or not? Did you call him or did he call you? Because you called and asked for this help. You already know what he does. But you called and asked for this help. That don't mean you get to hold it on a leash and tell him how to do his damn job. Why don't you do your fucking job without him then? See how far you can fucking get. That shit was pissing me off. I was wanting her to get killed in the movie. I was rolling my eyes and audibly groaning throughout the movie. Like, oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I didn't want to hear that shit. It was annoying the fuck out of me. But the parts that I really did enjoy were the scenes of Ben Affleck and John Bernthal together and the brothers actually interacting. Look at Arya. Arya got a live stream. That they're interacting with each other. He said, sorry, I don't like seeing her on on seeing her on film because she's playing the same boss babe role in the last 4 projects I've seen her in. Well, that's the casting. That's the typecasting. She's pretty as hell. She is a pretty woman. But look, man, that shit was wearing on me. It was wearing on me in the movie. I wanted her to get killed. I was giving her the Vanessa Fisk, like, when we killing her? When is she dying? When is this character dying? Because I'm having enough of this shit right now. This is no. As far as the rest of the movie, I will say that The Accountant 2 is very female centric. For as much as you have Ben Affleck and John Bernthal, it is very female centric. What you end up seeing in this movie is that not only now that in this movie is 8 years later, right? So 8 years after the first Accountant, it is Accountant 2. So it's 8 years later. Within 8 years, the woman in the chair, the autistic woman that sits in the chair for Kristen Wolf and, cracks in the systems and stuff like that for him, she got a whole squad of autistic kids now back at this foundation. And they can get into all kind of shit. But what it does, it makes Kristen less effective to me. It doesn't make him seem as smart as he is. He just got his own crew of people. Family. The slow and sporadic. Right? So all these autistic kids, or a group of these autistic kids back at this foundation, all work on these computers, this pattern recognition stuff, and they help her break into systems and stuff like that. They all got these really fly-ass computer setups that they can do all of this stuff. And they actually competing against each other to do certain tasks. So now Kristen is just a guy out in the world waiting on them to come up with the answers for him. He is not actively getting answers for himself or being able to figure it out himself. Now, that you could see that as an expansion on his character from what you didn't see in the original Accountant movie. But for me, it's a step back in a way to saying he can't figure any of this shit out without her. So that bothered me a bit. It makes it like, well, he's just good at killing things, but they good at doing all this brain work stuff. He's supposed to be good at that shit too. Crunching numbers, pattern recognition, all that shit. Like I said, I like the movie. I just think it took a little something away from Kristen Wolf himself. The interaction between Bernthal and Affleck was on point. It was fun. Where you get to see, juxtaposed by Sinners, where Sinners you see two twin brothers, but brothers nonetheless working together to get things done. One being the more out there personality, one being the more subdued personality. In The Accountant, you have the two characters that are brothers, and you have the same thing, but how it's played completely differently. Where the calm one is the accountant, Kristen Wolf, Ben Affleck's character, and the out there rambunctious loud one is John Bernthal's character, and he plays it just that way, out there loud and shit. So it's a good juxtaposition to see how one actor plays two characters and still gives you a performance of those two different sides of a personality. And then how in another movie, two actors play brothers and they go to that same trope. One has to be out there, and one has to be really subdued and don't get it. Interesting. So, what you end up finding out in this movie that Braxton has his own quirks too. As much as you can see that Kristen was autistic and he had his quirks, and his father did his best to try to give his son the means to actually interact with the world without these quirks being a detriment to him, not being able to function in the world. Braxton has his own stuff too. Braxton is not without his own weirdness, in a sense. And one of the things that he struggles with is his loneliness, being accepted and loved. And I had part of this conversation last night about Black men and why we want to know or hear certain things, or it doesn't seem like certain love or anything like that is actually put out there. At least in the relation of respect and love, put it that way. In this, you see that Braxton really craves that love. He really craves that camaraderie with his brother that he can't get from him. And one of the points in the movie, he asked a really poignant question to his older brother. And he asked them, do you stay away because of your condition, or is it because of me? And that's a good question. Because what you see from Braxton is Braxton just wants to be close to his brother. Their mother's gone, their father is gone. It's just the two of them in the world. And they are really proficient at killing people. Very good at it. They're not as good as communicating with each other about their feelings and having that reinforcing that bond that they have as men, which is interesting. I heard the director say that he wanted to focus on that story, and I can see that he did. It's just all the shit around it that seems like, the poo on the platter. It's a really good question. It does lead into some funny moments, primarily with the Braxton character, because he is just overt in his behavior and stuff like that. But when it gets down to the two of them actually fighting with other people, you put your money on them. You do. Now, the story involves human trafficking, some slavery, and all this stuff related to Latinos being trafficked into this country and being slaved out as sex workers and hostage kids and stuff like that. It's convoluted, but it's there. It's primarily that story. I wonder if this story is something that was fed to Ben Affleck from his time with Ana de Armas, or what, because the Christian Wolf character constantly looking for somebody to love, I think, is an inside joke with Ben Affleck. Because I think it was during this movie, the time he was doing this movie, he ended up breaking up with Ana de Armas and then getting back with J-Lo. And then that fell apart too. So seeing Kristen Wolf trying to find somebody to date 8 years removed from having some feelings for the Anna Kendrick character, Dana Cummings, is interesting. Why is he so focused on that stuff now? Because he wants somebody. So it makes for some good comedic moments where he is trying to date, in a sense, being autistic and being who he is, at least for some comedy. But the fact that that character is fixated on that and wants that seems kind of out of place. But with the Braxton character, you see him focused on the same thing. Wants that connection, somebody to miss them, somebody to, want them. But Braxton he's trying to do it with pets, with a dog, which is weird. It's funny, but it's weird. You see what that character's actual issue is too. Overall, it's not overly deep. It's not an overly deep movie. The situations that it involves could be deep, but it's messagey. Right. The biggest surprise out of this movie comes in the form of one of the main characters that, while I saw her face, I thought, oh, she's attractive. Okay, she's cute. I didn't remember where I saw this woman for until I looked it up when I started doing my review of it. And once I did this, I was like, shit. It's a Bay Area girl. It's a Bay Area girl. Danielle Pineda. And when I saw that name, it wasn't ringing a bell why I remembered that name. Even though I'm like, okay, she's kind of cute. Wasn't ringing a bell why. Until I got to looking up my stuff to do my review. Last time I saw her, she was saying some very stupid things on camera about a show that she was in that was coming out on Netflix. And her comments about how she didn't resemble the character didn't help the show any. Danielle Pineda was Faye Valentine in the Cowboy Bebop live action show. And she says some dumb shit out there before Rachel Zegler. And you haven't seen her anything for 4 years. That shit damn near completely ruined her career. I haven't seen her in anything, and she don't have no notes for anything that she was in the last 4 years since Cowboy Bebop came out. So she's in this movie, and she is a killer in this movie. An emotionless, kick-ass chick. Imagine that. Skinny ass kicker, huh? Yeah, okay. I believed it from her. But I also remember when she said that dumb shit after Cowboy Bebop, bitching at the fans because she didn't look like Faye, because she didn't have the boobs that Faye did, and they not respecting her as a woman and all the rest of this dumb shit. And then all them pictures came out of her just basically cheesecaking herself up. Like, well, fuck, you sexualizing yourself, man. Shut the fuck up. We was done with her. I looked her up and found out she was a girl from the Bay. She was from Oakland and shit like that. It's like, no one. That's what's wrong with this bitch. Fuck her. It was done. Ain't seen her in 4 years. Ben Affleck, I guess, put her on for this role. I guess that was enough time. Yeah, girl boss. She's not even a boss. At one point in this movie, I thought they were setting her up to be a better no, they did set her up as a better assassin than Braxton or Kristen Wolf. She's better than both of them because she had a brain injury that just rewired her synapses. So basically, she's a fucking mimic. Basically, she has the same power as it would be as Taskmaster. She just learns exceptionally well and has synapses. So they kind of put her on the spectrum without putting her on the spectrum. And because she's on the spectrum, she's so good at doing all of this stuff. She taught herself to fight watching TV and shit. And it's tied into her fight or flight responses. Mind you, this character was not a fighter, not trained or anything like that before the head injury. But all of a sudden, she's good with killing people because, like I said, you don't have to be really smart to know how to fire a gun. Now she's just the killer badass. Ugh. And it's said in the movie that some of these assassination kills that Ray King was looking into, when Braxton sees the picture, it's like, well, she didn't do this one or this one or this one. I'm like, what? He knows because they were jobs that he did. And the ones he didn't do, she had done. Yeah, Danielle. So, oh my fucking God, dude. There you go. Daniele Pineda. It's not ugly. It's just bad wiring. Oh, she was on Plane. Okay, so she did a movie 2 years ago. I didn't see Plane. She's not ugly. She just says some dumb shit. Dumb shit rolls out her mouth. So yeah, that's who it was. Fake Faye Valentine. That has something to say about the fan base. But for not thinking she looked like fucking Faye Valentine. Decent picture. She didn't have a big enough rack to be Faye Valentine. There you go. Appreciate the studio. Hopefully you can get your thoughts on Last of Us next Sunday. Yeah, I'll catch up. That's what everybody will have an opinion on. The Last of Us. Why? Because it's a video game and it's white folks fighting white folks. Maybe some black folks die in that shit. They got opinions on that. They don't have opinions on sinners. So appreciate your studio. I will give you a double up.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
So she is a better female representation of Taskmaster on screen? No, just as dumb. Just as dumb. Because you get to the story of why she is the way she is, it still doesn't justify it. It still doesn't. So she looks cute in this movie, like in that crazy, dangerous fucking way. Like, damn, that shit kind of cute, but she crazy as shit. That doe-eyed, I have no emotions kind of way. But when you get to the explanation of why she's that way, it's like, oh, but That don't make you a badass. Well, like I said, the film is very female centric in a sense. It has two main characters, being Kristen and Braxton, but everybody circled around them is all females and either trying to rein them in or better than them at what they do. Like you always say, you're too good, too cute to be this goddamn angry. It can happen. The world is your oyster. Why are you so angry? I talked about this on my date last night about how explaining to her that men will do all kind of stuff for a woman who's nice, pleasant to be around, or just pleasant with them. And I use the example that I had with you guys about why did Tiger Woods sleep with the waitress while he had Elin young ass at home? Because the waitress was nice to him and brought him food. Men will pay for somebody to be nice to them. They will. And believe it's genuine. But a bitch can't get too much of anything. Girl bosses don't get too much of anything because they're approaching a man as a man. You get the same smoke other men get. And that's your problem. Women who rest in their femininity a bit more, men will help you do all kinds of shit. Either for the promise of pussy or just to help you out. Because as I said last night, men are kind of hardwired to actually want to make women happy. Reason being is we all have mothers. And as a boy, you might have did things to make your mother smile, to make her proud of you, to get that positive affirmation from your mama. That is hardwired in us. It is the world and the culture that we grow up in that kind of shapes us to learn how to tamp that shit down and hold it back. But it is readily engaged when we run into a woman who is actually nice and pleasant. It automatically comes out. You are that little boy again. No, I haven't watched Havoc yet. Blood Boiler. Rosie said that statement couldn't be so true. It is true. It's a true statement. She didn't believe it. And I had to tell her, you ain't never been a man either, have you? I don't understand why you're disputing something a man is telling you about men as a woman. I don't think that's it. I think that's exactly it. The problem is you're usually a bitch to men. That's why you keep getting that response from them. Not all men. No, all men. Unless their mother is a real fucked up drug addict or some shit like that. All men have mothers. And it takes her being really fucked up for them not to have that kind of connection that they'd want to do something nice for her. The culture reinforces it, you know, Mother's Day and shit like that. Give deference and praise to your mama when you achieve something, even if it was your father that had your ass out there doing it all the time. You can talk all kind of shit about your father. Nobody gives a fuck. You say one bad thing about your mother, and it could just be that you don't think she loves you, Motherfuckers be, oh, how could you say that? That's your mama. Like I said, I make observations of the world. You ain't gotta like the shit, but it's there. So anyway, The Accountant 2 was fun and humorous in some parts. It was all right. I still like the first one better, but this one is better in a different way. Messagey was kind of in your face. It seems like it just goes on for a while. But the core of it with the brothers interacting is actually fun. What that actually means for those characters. Would I want to see an Accountant 3 with these two together again? Yes. With all the feminine shit stripped out of it. Yeah. It might be a better movie. Could be fun. I don't know what the hell they'd be doing, but it could be fun. This one, you could watch it or not watch it, catch it on fucking streaming when it hits streaming or something like that. It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. It's not reinventing the wheel. But I point that out to say that observing culture, you'll see what movies get a lot of praise and see which movies don't get a lot of praise, especially with Sinners coming out. Most people will say this is the best movie they've seen all year. I also look at those people to see if they've seen Magazine Dreams, because this is the second movie that I've seen this year that these are one of the two best movies I've seen this year. And we're only in April. And I've seen a few movies, TV shows too. Sinners and Magazine Dreams are the best films I've seen all year. And the only reason I'm not directly comparing Sinners and Magazine Dreams is because they're a different genre movie. A little bit different genre. But they are better than everything else I've seen so far, including Brave New World, The Amateur, The Accountant 2, Daredevil's Born Again season. From what I'm hearing from Last of Us, I'm sure it's going to be Last of Us for me too. Sure. Positive it will. As far as Andor, the things that everybody is fixated on right now, well, they out in force trying to spoil that shit because they late to the party on certain things, always. They weren't talking about Andor last year, but since all the rest of the stuff they weren't talking about ended up being shit, this is the last nail in the Star Wars coffin, so they got to be all over Andor for season 2 now. Even though they didn't watch the shit last season. So they all out in front to get all their promotion off on Andor right now. And what they are or not liking about it. So fucking what? I don't like it when the crowd show up. I don't like it when the crowd in the bandwagon shows up. That's usually when I don't want to watch the shit. Because I don't want all those late Johnny-come-lately voices involved in the conversation who had no investment in the first season. Remember? It was too slow. I didn't even watch it. Then why are you watching it this year? You expecting something different? It's the same director. It's going to be just as slow. It's going to have the same structure. The one your ADD ass couldn't sit through the first time. So why do I give a fuck what you have to say now? So, if you want to watch Accountant, it's good. My review will come out eventually. Can't put an actual date on it because I have a lot of reviews that are pending and I haven't done because the shit hasn't been that damn good. And it makes it really hard to do a review on something that's not really that damn good. And a good benchmark to set right now is Sinners. What is good and what rises to that level to understand what provokes as much conversation, as much rewatches, as much telling a friend, taking a friend to see them. None of this shit rises close. And Sinners right now, in some ways, in some quarters, is getting the same smoke magazine Dreams did, where people weren't reporting on it and weren't really trying to publicize it or not because they wanted that motherfucker to be stillborn. They didn't want people to see it. They didn't want to shine any light on it for people to see it. They wanted to die and go away because they're sick of these people that don't look like them making them a lot of money on franchises that they do. Sick of that shit. I think they hate The Rock. It ain't because he big and black and don't give a fuck. So, anyway, that's 2 hours for me on those two things. I didn't even talk about the Shannon Sharp controversy, but one of y'all can bring that shit up if you want to talk about it. Because I have a very simple opinion on that shit. And then I'll move on from it. The link is right there in the chat if you guys want to come up and get it in for this next hour about what you guys want to bring up, talk about, share with the group, share with the elites. My simple version on the Shannon Sharp shit, because I wasn't following it very closely at all, and I really don't give a shit. My first question was she an adult for where she was? Was she an adult? Because you can't get me all upset by saying, oh my God, he was 52 and she was 19. Then my next question would be, why was a 19-year-old talking to a 52-year-old man? Why was said 19-year-old dating a 52-year-old man for 2 years? He's so wrong. He's so crass. He's so nasty. Why is a 19-year-old fucking with a 52-year-old man? Is she not a grown, mature woman of her own mind, her own discerning? Is she not? Does she not have her own agency? She got a whole fucking OnlyFans. So what do you, when we hear OnlyFans and young girl, what do we know is happening on OnlyFans? She's selling naked pics of herself? Or is she doing workout videos? And what I said, the last point I mentioned, I had 3 points on this shit. The first one was she an adult in OnlyFans? If she's not an adult, why does she have an OnlyFans? If she's not a legal adult, why the fuck does she have an OnlyFans? Because she's an adult. Whether you like it or not, she's a fucking grown-ass adult. So it'd be no different if she was going off to college fucking one of her professors. It's a grown-ass adult. Because from what I understand in the U.S., at 19 years old, if you've enlisted in the military, you can smoke and kill people. You can have your ass on a battlefield, learn how to work a weapon, and be sent to somebody's hot zone to do some work at 19. So yes, Mr. Matt, infantilization is a real thing. It is. It is. If she was a 19-year-old who had killed somebody they'd be trying to charge her as an adult, wouldn't they? Oh no, this is an adult. You got to do pen time. If it was a boy. So I want to hear this shit. Like Rosie said in here, she knew what the fuck she was doing. Yes, she did. And she obviously knew who the hell Shannon Sharp was. My thing is, they dated for 2 years. 2 years? They been fucking. I'm insulted at the fact he offered her $10 million. Why the fuck should that bitch get $10 million? Look, the last point that I made, the first one was that she was an adult in OnlyFans. The second one was a 19-year-old dating a 53-year-old not in her power? Was it not within her power to not have a relationship with him at all? No? Yes? Okay, then she's not a child. So don't be looking at Shannon Sharp like he's weird for dating some chick that want to date him and she young. I'm looking at the young chicks like, why is you fucking with a dude older than your daddy? What's wrong with you, bitch? If she had a man in her life, nobody would have had no smoke for her doing that shit. You with that old ass nigga, what the fuck wrong with you? Ugh. And the last one was, it builds on something that Angry Man talked about, the Shannon Sharp situation, about the black folks coming out critiquing him, is that it is a culture of crabs in a bucket. Because this man is making a lot of money right now, and he stands to make a shitload more money, $100 million, they don't have a problem with seeing somebody pull him down if he was fucking with some white chick. They want to see him fail. And AM was right about that shit. Yes. So it's a mess. I really don't care for the shit. It seems very simple to me. And I'm sorry that Shannon getting drugged through this shit. As a female, we decide who we're going to date or fuck. She knew what she was doing. Exactly, Rosie. You got all the power in that situation. It don't matter if he came in and sat there and watched you for a half hour working out in the gym. Oh, yeah, she young. She a good. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. How about you let me take you out? I'm Shannon Sharp. If you don't get your old ass away from me, that's all it could have been. And that could have been it from there on. Oh, you was a bitch. I want to be a bitch, you fucking. And that would have been it. That'd have been it. That'd have been the whole conversation. No. She into a full-on sexual relationship with this motherfucker. That is an adult. And far as I know, I don't know, were they in Texas or whatever the fuck they were? I think the age of consent is 18. She was past that. So whatever the fuck she was into as a grown woman making her own damn decisions. Now, whether she got slapped, choked, spanked on the butt, whatever the fuck, that's their bedroom. I don't give a shit. And obviously she was into that shit. Especially since you find out some of the ways that she set these situations up at her behest. Things wanted to be happening. And she was recording it. Yeah, it was a fucking setup. Or that's how the fuck they got down. I am not surprised that people or females nowadays are into some weird shit. Namely, stuff that will rub the lines of being choke slapped, any of that stuff. That's not surprising to me at all. It shouldn't be surprising to anybody with a functioning fucking brain cell as an adult who have been single and been out here in this dating world and what these chicks want. It only gets fucked up when you a black man. I've told y'all about one of my exes that was in some really wild shit. And it didn't look right with her being that light and me being as dark as I am, despite what Charles might say. Because if the cops showed up, I'm dark enough, nigga. I'm dark enough. Like I said, I might be too light in some situations and too dark in other ones. It just depends on the crowd.
Brightness. How you doing, man?
Darkness.
Oh yeah,
Darkness
gotta love it.
falls in the stream.
Gotta love it. We all got a little Negro in us.
No shit.
Especially in front of the cops.
Yes. You got enough.
I'm gonna say this about the Shannon Sharp thing. In the state of Maryland, the age of consent is 16, and I like it like that. Not because I'm trying to mess with 16-year-olds. It's because this functionality that women don't lie. I've told people this on my streams and others. If you're old enough to reproduce, I stop looking at you as a little kid. I've told myself, my son, when he turned 13, I start having condoms and say, these are the condoms. This is where they're located.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust you. Okay. And 19, I went to the Army at 17.
Yes.
Do not tell me that you are too young to make a functional decision. I think that's disingenuous. I think it's very unbecoming of an intelligent, sentient being to treat and say, and I know there's a lot of heifers and a lot of simps out there say, she's just a little girl. Number one, when you were 19, did you want somebody to treat you like a little girl or boy? When she consented and she full damn well knew what she was doing. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, folks. I just can't go for that. You know, my Hall and Oates. No can do.
Yeah, no can do. I can't go for it. And Rosie is saying age of consent in Texas is 17. So she was 2 years past the cutoff. 2 years past the cutoff. When did this become a child?
I'm taking reports for stuff like this to dad. My daughter's 17 and she's 16 and her boyfriend's 23. Well, daddy, well, you know, I wouldn't say get a shotgun wedding, but get a shotgun wedding. Stop thinking, and I've told ladies this before. I went to high school with you girls. If you were above a 6, your boyfriend was not the same age as you.
No, never was. He didn't even go to school there.
Motherfucker
driving up in his own car. Like, grown ass man, what the fuck you doing messing with him? Oh, whatever. These chicks.
You know, it's called a car. The power of the car. By the power of Toyota.
Yeah, he's 21. He goes to college at some place. He goes to college. Get the fuck out of here. Look, I can say this. I don't like dudes playing down in the kiddie pool anyway, but I understand that women have a choice in that. They engage in it. They can chase the dude more than the dude can chase her. So my thing is always about the age of consent. What's the age of consent in that place? Because that's going to tell you who's the child and who's not the child, who has agency, who doesn't have agency. You're not saying he rolled up on a preschool and picked this chick up. You're not saying he was sitting outside the high school picking her up. She's 19 years old in a damn gym. She knew who he was. She knew he was grown when she talked to him. But yet and still, they had a 2-year relationship. She was fine with whatever the fuck was going on. And she wanted it. I shouldn't even said it like that, but she wanted a relationship with him.
But Austin, brightness. Come on, brightness. You gotta understand, Unc right here. You know, I have my miles and my yak, man, and you know I saw her and I had to have her.
I see. I'm 52 now, if I remember correctly. 51, 52 now. My memory's going on that part. I see young women, and for me, young women is in their 20s and stuff like that, that are attractive and good. I know a certain thing about myself. I got game for young chicks. Young chicks love my stinking draws. I'm not interested in them, but I never have been. I've never really been interested in really young chicks. I understand the allure, but I don't want it. I tend to like chicks that's a little older than me. It just goes to my maturity level, I guess. But for me, it doesn't mean I can't see a 19-year-old as attractive. She would just not be a food item for me. Wouldn't be interested.
He
Like,
likes his
okay,
food to
yeah,
be aged and seasoned properly.
yeah. It's like, no, not for the shit I want to do. No, you ain't even out to kiddie pool yet. No, you ain't ready. You can't ride these rides. You just can't. No,
You
you're
haven't
gonna be on too much bullshit. No, why the
you
fuck I
haven't
need to
learned
be
the
dealing
right
with your
you haven't learned the right amount of nastiness yet.
yeah, no, exactly. Your ass probably think Megan Thee Stallion is an awesome rapper. I'll be looking at your ass like, why the fuck am I even talking to you?
Mm. It's
Oh,
kind of hard. It's kind of hard for me because
you get none of the references I make.
yeah, it's kind of trust me. I felt bad when
Oh, did you see this movie? No. Oh, that's right. You were fucking spermazoan in your daddy's
you
nutsack
know we
when
were
I was
just
watching this movie. My bad.
we were remember honestly we were all white at one point.
You're all white at one point.
I was just
You
looking at
swim
the
with
whole thing.
your brothers and sisters. You're
You
out there
know,
swimming
the
with your brothers
millions, the millions,
and
and millions.
millions.
Oh my goodness, it's funny because I'm just looking at this whole situation like, okay, without the recency of like the last 150, 120 years, there was a dramatic difference in age between man and wife. She had to bear him. He had to have a house to afford him. So there was always a 15 to 20-year gap between man and husband, usually, if not more.
Right.
Think about the old kings. The old kings didn't really get married to a chick the same age.
Yeah.
And
No, never was.
I said a lot of that stuff we did is because we tried to make women feel comfortable. Because not one of you motherfuckers have ever, ever said anything about Tracy Ellis Ross
I
when
wouldn't
she
say
made
nothing
that
about her
statement.
ass either because she's not cute to me.
No,
If her last name wasn't Ross, you wouldn't give a fuck about her big nose ass.
Thank you. I told BGS she just scares me. She looks like an arch villain,
She is scary. She looks like a fucking witch. She
especially with
looks
that
like a
eye.
black witch. Look,
Especially with this.
that movie with Angelica Houston, where they were the witches and shit like that. That's what Tracy Ellis Ross looks like to me. I have no interest in her whatsoever. And if she dating young men, that's because that's who she can catch. So all spiders have some kind of prey that they can catch. I'm not surprised. You would have to
Got
go
a
lower.
PlayStation 5.
Yeah, I got a PlayStation 5 for you. I'm not surprised. So I don't give a shit. She can date a young dude. That's her fucking business. It wasn't just her. What's that other big manly ass comedian chick that was in the Ghostbusters movie? How she was talking about getting some young dudes and shit.
She had to pay.
Yeah, she had to pay. Okay, that's not surprising. Are they of age? Yeah, well, that's their business. They want to be with that big brawly chick. That's your business.
You know, she would be the perfect Grodd in a Flash movie. No makeup needed.
Yeah. Shout out to Rosie. Rosie said, I'm 47. I only date men that are either my age or 4 years difference. We have nothing else in common. You're either way too young or way too fucking old. I agree. You within striking distance. I don't go that far below me either. I don't. I can go 4 years up, 4 years back. Maybe. I thought it was weird when, like, my homeboy, he married his wife. They're 11 years apart. Right? I thought it was a little weird, but that's me. That's me personally thinking it's weird. That's fine. Right? I said, no, that just means when she was born, you were already 10 years old. You was 10 years feet wet in the world before she showed up. But I understand as I've gotten older, after a point, it don't matter, right? So after 21, 11 years. Okay, he's 31 or so. Okay, it might not even matter. 32. Okay, you've got out of your wild 20s. Maybe you trying to settle down a little bit. She right in her wild 20s. If you can actually lock her ass down, she won't be out there throwing that pussy all over the place. You can have a good long relationship till he drops dead, and then you're still young enough to get remarried and have you another husband. Possibly. And that's just thinking of it, rationally on the female side of it. You will never be without a man. You'll be all right.
Old Negro. Remember that old Negro spiritual.
If
Throw
you
that
want
pussy
some
up on
kids, he
his
can get
ass.
some out of you. There's a funny line. There's a funny line in The Accountant too when he's at that dating thing in the beginning. One of the chicks that sits down with him was all hot to meet him, and then they're having a snippet of their conversation, and a woman's talking about she's 47 years old and wants to have a baby, and he's giving her like it's statistically impossible, like good luck. And she was heartbroken because he said that shit. I'm like, bitch, you're 47 years old. Why are you just trying to have a kid now? And he said something about it being unlikely, like we've said in the manosphere before. I was like, damn. And she's crushed because of that. That's reality. What the fuck? Trust me, I had a lot of interesting conversations yesterday, and some of it was about menopause and shit like that, and understanding, how coochies go dry after a point. And I'm asserting the point that biology knows that you're supposed to be out of the pool. That's why it goes dry. You're supposed to be done already. You're not supposed to need this anymore. And the reason that this is still happening at this age is because you're still fucking active. You still ain't locked down a man. That's why it's still happening. Because I've never been a woman, but I would think there would be a certain age I would not want to be worried about having a fucking period again. Rosie in here, do you feel like you'd want to have a period in your 50s? I don't think so. Oh, sorry about that, Beast. My bad. What's good, Beastly Nerd?
Not much. My thing is, how they got so much smoke for Shannon Sharp, but meanwhile y'all championed and cheering on Cher? Because isn't Cher like in her 80s and her boyfriend in his 30s?
Look, one of her last boyfriends was Val Kilmer.
Yep, another young cat.
Yeah, how old was Val? Do the math.
Because they champion and celebrating these women. I mean, look at how y'all cheered for Keanu Reeves when y'all saw his girlfriend.
Oh, that's sick. Sorry to hear that, Rosie, but yeah. My shit still. No, but I'm 50 years old now. These are conversations I have with women now. These are conversations of an old Negro. Right? When you fuck around with people your own age. This is what you can end up talking about.
So my thing is,
whose vagina gets moist and what kind of creams you can put in there to imitate the hormones inside of your vagina to keep it moist. Like, all right.
Yeah, so my whole thing is like when everybody keeps bringing that up. Well, why is he missed? I said because my first thing is because he's a grown ass man and he can do what the fuck he want to do. That's why he can mess with the adult who just happens to be 19. I was like, he can mess with whoever the hell he wants to. He doesn't owe you an explanation because
the young adult at that. The young adult is what they call it.
Like she ain't no damn little ass kid. Like, no, this is an adult. This is a she who knew what the hell she was doing. And like you said, we all knew, especially back in high school. I said, dude, I almost got into a fight behind that shit. I'm at the movies with a chick and she's like 15 going on 16, but her boyfriend's in college. And he was threatening to come up to the movie theater. And I said, look, he drive up here if you want to. Now, mind you, and this is when I'm like almost 4 years deep into MMA and martial arts training. I said, you tell him he bring his ass up here if he want to. I got some. He's like, no, like, no, let his ass go.
Get that work. Get that work.
Because I'm 17, about to be 18. So I'm like, yo, I will put these hands on him. I said, bring his ass up here. I don't care if he play football. I said, nigga, that means you slow. Because
I got some shit I've been waiting to use.
I said, come on. He's like,
Wait till she's outside of the
look,
bar.
and she's trying to calm me down more than him. I was like, no, tell him to come, because ain't nothing going on with him. I said, in fact, I already don't like dudes his age messing with chicks your age. Shoot, that's the whole reason I stopped messing with you. We only here because we cool at this point. Because once I found out your age, I backed off.
I've backed off from people knowing how old they were before I knew how. If I was talking to them before I knew how old they were, and I found out how old they were, I back off. It's too young for me, right? I've never had a love for really older guys messing with young chicks, and that's from being in high school, right? I found out one of my wife at the time's friends, one of her baby daddy that she was so devoted to. It was a big deal here in California. That motherfucker was hitting on her when she was in high school. She was pretty as hell, fine as hell, right? But he was hitting on her when she was in high school. That nigga was 35 at that time. I don't agree with that kind of shit.
No,
I don't. But it's not my choice to make, because she still chose to fuck with that dude. Even after high school, she still chose to fuck with that dude and have his babies, while he still had babies with a bunch of other chicks too. Like fucking on young chicks. Look, if the chick's down for it, I don't know what to say about it. I don't know where we're supposed to be all up in arms about that shit from. I'm more insulted at the fact that Shannon was going to pay this bitch $10 million. What 20-year-old needs $10 million who ain't did nothing but lay on her back and suck some semen?
Look, I think about
Let me finish. And the fact that she got in with this lawyer and thinks she's gonna get more out of it. I'll say it's a fucking feeding frenzy now. It's about money. Because if it was anything criminal going on, they would have brought a criminal case. But no, they bring in a civil, which just means money. Just means money. It's just a money case. I can get paid because I got you on tape saying I'm gonna smack you up. Damn, that's more information than you had on Jonathan Majors. Shut the fuck up. What? You didn't get him, so now we gonna roll with Shannon? Come on, man. This is like this is a worse movie than the shit they put out on the screens, dude. Fucking hell. Go ahead, Beast.
But my whole thing was I was thinking of Eddie Murphy in his famous Raw joke. What did he say? He said, "No pussy's worth $150 million."
None.
That's what
None. Even if the cannons bled and the seas roared and the sparks shot out my ass
and mountain crumbled and all that.
$150 million? Hell no.
Marks on the chest with a cape out your ass.
I like to meet some pussy like that and put it on layaway. No. And if you want to make it simple for females in there, what dick do you know that's worth $10 million? What 19-year-old dick you know is worth $10 million? Look, I had a good conversation. This is somebody who knows me, so we was having a conversation about a bunch of shit. And I was talking about biologically how things change for men and women, right? Since we was having this whole menopause wet coochie conversation. And thank you, Rosie. Now I know that you still get wet. I don't know why I appreciate that information, but thanks for throwing it in there. You're all right.
Whoa. Oh, whoa.
Grown talk with artists. Right. But I was telling her, like, if you think about it, older men who have ED and shit like that, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of a raw deal for them, right? Because when you're young and you first hit puberty and start getting erections, you can't even control the shit. Like I told her, like 6 or 8. She said 6? It can happen that early. I was advanced. It's like 8. What's happening? You go through so much time not even being able to control the shit to finally get a little bit of control over it to where I'm ready to perform. Here we go. Bah! It's there. Let's go, buddy. We in there. Like Batman and Robin, right? To getting to the point where, bro, what's up? What's up? Where you at? I don't feel like it, man. She ain't cute enough. Nigga, what? I'm the reason. You're the reason I even talked to her. Yeah, but I ain't feeling it now.
Hold
You
on,
know?
artist. Don't let stress kick in.
Oh my God. Right. So to get all the way to that point, and then get older, and now the woman still wants you to perform like the 19-year-old dude. It's like, you out of your fucking mind? Like, she ain't getting wet and your dick don't want to rise. I said the biological system is kind of fucked up. It's just hilarious. Like it has to be God's joke on us. It has to be. Because this shit has different intertwining sine waves of how this shit works. It just has to be hilarious. It just has to be hilarious. It has to be a joke. It has to be. Because, well, if you can get hard, she ain't gonna get wet. So it's gonna be like sandpaper rubbing together. Like, oh my God. Just rough. It's just rough all the way around. So I explained this shit to her. It's like, look, men get it just like females get it. Just different things. It's just your biological process telling you you're probably supposed to be done with this part. But because our culture is so sex fixated now, y'all never want to get out the damn pool. That's all you really have to offer and all you think you need to be getting. And that's why it's supposed to go away, because it's supposed to let you know you're supposed to be out of here. That's partly why these people are so mad at Shannon Sharp. It's mostly, for me, I think it's mostly black women. Not that I can prove it or not, but it's because he got a younger chick. No woman likes to be considered the old cow with stale milk. They don't. My mother even had an issue about that when I was talking about why older guys get younger women, because they produce more viable eggs. Oh no, that's on the man. He could add no 900. I said, Mama, you can be 80 years old. As long as you got one motivated swimmer, you can still get a chick pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that in some unfertile soil. You can't. You need fertile soil. Don't be mad at me. It's my mother's man. My mother ain't had kids in forever. She upset about that shit. Like, Mama, you 60-something. What the fuck do you care? You trying to have no babies? Like, just the idea, hearing the idea, she was upset about. So, what you got, Mr. Matt, for Beastly Nerd? Keep going on about kicking people's ass in MMA.
Nah, I was just going to talk about like everything, and kind of really echoing everything you guys said. Actually, there was a chick that I took the prom. The girl I took the prom in high school. She pulled up in the car of the dude. Later, I found out she had an abortion.
Later, you found out she had what?
Abortion.
Oh, she probably had more than one.
I'm like, yo, what? So she pulled up. He took her to prom.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, okay. That's when I really knew that this game is different.
It is.
I was like, okay. All right.
Well, here's the other thing. Like Ibuki is saying in here right now. What a rot. He said, when I was in high school, I had a fine chick told me I couldn't do nothing for her, and she was dating a grown dude in his 30s. Well, who told her that she couldn't? A young dude couldn't do nothing for her. The nigga that's fucking on her. Daddy issues. Is that not what you call it?
That's
I know that game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Full game.
I would say, I was going to say something. What was it? It was an anecdote. Oh, this whole situation, talking about this with Shannon Sharp and all the rest of this, points out the fact that they say what went out the window when they start talking about this Shannon Sharp and this chick thing is that they want to infantilize her, like Mr. Matt was saying, but they threw out the concept of, oh, women mature quicker than men. Remember that? And what I've always pushed back on people is saying, no, women reach sexual maturity quicker than men. They don't reach mental maturity quicker than men. They don't. So if you believe that kind of idea that they're more mature, why are you trying to infantilize this 19-year-old fucking with a 43-year-old man? He did something to her. He took advantage of her. No, he didn't. Couldn't have. Because that's an adult. A mature adult at that. So no, couldn't have been. Don't matter if she light-skinned, white, yellow, brown-skinned. It don't matter. None of that shit actually is relevant. because it's all pink on the inside, as far as I remember. Don't matter. But it matters to people who want to be mad at Shannon. It does do that. It does want to see him take a little topple from that 100 and something million he was scheduled to be, signing a deal for. Kind of timely with this whole issue coming up. He had money in the car. And the funny thing, Bookie, he probably didn't have that much money. He probably had a $50,000 a year job, if that. But it was more money than a high schooler had. Look, man, I can't. What was it? I think when I was in high school, this chick in school was messing with a dude who was a manager at Blockbuster or some shit. Not the site manager, just the manager on the shift. Wasn't that goddamn old? He's like 25 or something like that. He ain't making no shitload of money. But he was making enough money to have a car. It's just more than the teenager got. So fucking what? Whatever. Bitches chase money. Well, exactly. She was begging him constantly and accusing him of cheating. Then she started to try to set him up. Exactly. Young girl shit. Young girl shit. That's why I wouldn't bother. Like, you cheating on me. Cheating on. How old are you? You ain't got no reins on this dick. Come on, man. Calm down. Show young ass. It's not cheating on you. You are. If you understand the differential between you and the person that you're messing with, the age difference is that great. It's not them cheating on you if they go find somebody else that they can talk to other than your young ass.
If you remember the thing with Michelle, right? That happened at the same time they were messing around with. That's the timeline. So her and him together the same time that his tape came out on Instagram Live. So she probably felt some type of way because of that.
Feel some kind of way. Why you think fucking Grace Jabari started swinging on Jonathan Majors? Because he got a text in his car. I would say it was from Megan. They always feel some kind of way about that shit. But you have to remember this. Y'all dating, you ain't fucking married. I'm really getting around the idea of unless you're in some kind of committed relationship, it ain't fucking cheating because you're not married. Being married has a specific term for what it's called. It's called adultery. Going outside the bonds of your relationship, right? Well, all the rest of this shit is play acting.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not just dating and fucking on each other, you're actually engaged because you're planning to take that next step. All of this shit has hierarchies. You down here playing on the playground, trying to enforce some rules like, no, I thought that was mine. Who said it was yours? Did you put a ring on it? No. So y'all just out here in the field. Y'all all out here playing these silly, pin the tail on a donkey games.
And Eddie said it best again, leasing the pussy with an option to buy.
Option to buy. It's the same thing with the D. You leasing it with an option to buy. Well, you can't buy. You know why? You're too fucking young. You don't make the cut. So, like somebody else has said in these spaces before, you just target practice, youngster.
Your credit score ain't high enough. You can't buy that.
Your credit score ain't high enough. You can't pay like you weigh. No. Can you cook? I'm sure you didn't meet any of the requirements. As far as I know, Shannon Sharp ain't been married yet. But apparently you don't make the requirements to go anywhere near that. So I'm really adverse to keep hearing this shit in this modern time. It's like, oh, he was cheating. Well, what was y'all doing? Well, we dated. The fuck does that mean? Y'all went to movies and chewed popcorn together? Oh, we had sex. What the fuck does that mean? Strippers, prostitutes have sex, but they ain't worried about somebody cheating on them. What are we talking about here? What were you guys actually doing? Was this some kind of committed relationship? For real? Were you exercising some kind of monogamy or something like that? No? Then what the fuck are we talking about cheating for? Shut up. No.
Because remember, you got to remember, like they're the first ones to say that if you're not married, you're single, right?
If you're not married, you're single.
I'm single.
They're the first ones to say
it very simply, married or single.
But when she want to claim you, it's different for some reason.
I even add when they say it's cheating, I said, well, what is your definition of cheating? Because y'all got a lot of goofy ass ways to define cheating. You say me looking at a damn chick is cheating. So that's why I'll be like, what's your definition of cheating then?
Yeah, and it's not.
Bro, it's so crazy. Sorry.
Go ahead, man.
I would say what's so crazy is if you like, if she's young enough, liking a picture on Instagram is cheating.
Stupid shit.
Yeah.
If you let like manhood, if you let a female define manhood for you, like you can't really be a man. If you let a woman define what cheating is for you, anything you do is going to be cheating. Breathing in a woman's direction is going to be cheating. But none of that shit will apply to her. None of it. You can't reverse it and see her agree with that shit wholeheartedly. You can't. Any situation. So no, you don't let them define that shit for you. Looking at somebody is not cheating. Talking to somebody is not cheating. I had part of a conversation with this last night about, so when we broke up, what was happening with that chick that you're working with? Well, I wasn't fucking her. And we're friends. Because I don't have a problem talking to women. And maybe I'm not talking to them romantically. But if sex happens, sex happens. Because that's just what heterosexual people fucking do. So I'm not worried about it. But no, we can talk about all kind of shit. But if you would think that was cheating because you broke up with somebody, oh, they ran to them. No, it's an opportunity. And you open a door for an opportunity to be a possibility. You stepped your ass out of line. You're the first one at the soft serve and you move to the left. Don't be mad that somebody else step up and they want to get a cup too. Why did she get to step up there? Because you move, bitch. Play your position. Very simple. Mabuki said they think they deserve something that these men have. No, you don't. If you're unhappy, leave it. Leave. If you want me, stay. Yes, it's very simple. It's very simple. And that's the entitled mentality. Like, I need something because I let you do something to me. No, you allow somebody to do something to you, but that's that whole mentality that you need to be getting paid for that shit. And something other than their time and attention. It's supposed to be a cash machine, right? He put his D in, you get money out. That's a way to live, but I don't think it's not the way for everybody. Trust me. The courts need to stop entertaining this BS. Men are being targeted and destroyed over hurt feelings and made up accusations. Exactly. And that's kind of what that Trump shit is. You know, bringing him in and trying to fix a lot of this shit for reasons like this. I don't like the idea of frivolous lawsuits like this. To me, something like that should have been thrown out for the very simple reason that, how old is this woman? How long has this been going on? You offered what and you turned it down for what reason? Case dismissed. Get the fuck out of my courtroom and stop wasting the court's time. Like, for real, fuck off. Like that, leasing the bot. That's the whole point. You on a trial basis. Maybe you get out of the trial. Maybe you get out of the probationary period of 90 days. Maybe you don't. A conversation last night was with an ex, right? And the breakdown in the relationship was about me not telling my female friends that me and her was together. And my point on it was, I'll tell them when there's something to tell. Because she hadn't made it out of the probationary period, the 90 fucking days. She didn't like that answer. She got upset. Thought it was something I should have been jumping and snapping to go tell everybody, fuck off, I got a woman now. These are my friends. I'm not telling them to go no goddamn where. And they know about you and how often your ass fly through here. Like fucking Haley's Comet. So no, when it's something to tell, I'll tell it. But it ain't going to be because you told me I was supposed to be saying that shit. No, she had an issue with that shit. It's your business. That's your insecurities. Guess what? Didn't have a girlfriend, still got the same friends. If your ass can't make it past certain milestones for the man, you don't get the rest of that shit. You don't. You leasing.
I'll even bring it back to the history of the engagement ring. What was the purpose of the engagement ring and the engagement in itself? People don't even understand the history behind that. That was the boyfriend and girlfriend stage. Most people don't know that. That's the purpose of the engagement, to show that you were in a relationship with somebody and y'all betrothed to be together.
Mm-hmm. That it was serious. This is a relationship. Everybody else stay away. She's not supposed to be taking on any new suitors, and no other suitors need to apply because this is the woman that's actually spoken for by somebody. That's what that shit was supposed to be. If you throw all that shit out, then it's just the Wild West. It's just the Wild West. So none of this shit matters. So any side piece, any chick you just bumping on every once in a while can't say shit about you cheating because y'all don't have no committed relationship in any kind of way. Like, perfect example. This friend was talking about one of her exes wanted her to be a fuck buddy. He asked her to be a fuck buddy. And she asked the question, well, okay, if we just fuck buddies, what if I wanted to go out with another dude and go out on a date? He said, no, I wouldn't like that shit. That wouldn't be okay. And I said, well, he can't be your fuck buddy. Because the term fuck buddy does not mean you have any ties on that person whatsoever. It means it's transactional. Y'all just fucking. You just having sex. You don't get the right to be upset if she went out with somebody else, nigga. You don't. Know what you asking for. You want a relationship where it's open-ended for you, where you can randomly leave and not have to do the responsibilities of a relationship building and shit like that and go plow some other fields when you feel like it and her be locked up sitting in a cage where nobody can touch her. No, it's not going to work. No, he didn't want a fuck buddy. He wanted a girlfriend when it was convenient. And I told her what my old drunk cousin used to say is that a poor rat ain't got but one hole. He wanted you to be his one hole. Stupid ass. Artisan, some people don't even think relationships as boyfriends and girlfriends or marriage. They act like tricks and prostitutes or slave owners. That's exactly what it is, Malika. Part of the conversation I had last night was about people's egos being so fucked up. That's why relationships can't work. Because your ego is fucked up. Your mentality and how you're coming at each other is completely wrong. You have no ownership over these people. Even when you're married, you don't really have any ownership over them. You are people. You're not things. You own your car. If you pay it off, you own it. It's yours. Do what you want with it. If you don't, the bank owns your fucking car. And if you stop paying it, they come get their shit. Leasing with an option to buy. So you don't own people. That's called slavery. So people are free to do whatever the fuck they want to. But when you get into these situations of relationship, you create structures to try to maintain that boundary around what you want to keep near you. You don't own them. But if they can agree to play within the same rules that you're playing by, then you guys can have a relationship that's going forward, maintained within these boundaries. You can. You set those boundaries, which is what I've always said, even about marriage. You decide what your marriage is going to be. I don't even like using the term, but your boyfriend-girlfriend relationships, because I'm too old for that shit. It sounds like every time I say that shit, I'm thinking somebody's going to show up with an envelope full of Valentine's Day cards, passing it around to the rest of the class. It sounds juvenile. It sounds kiddie to me. Nowadays, It does. It sounds way immature. But be that as it may, if you don't have a committed relationship like that, all that shit is open. But you define how it works within your relationship. If Shannon Sharp was choking this chick and she was loving it and asking for it and shit, then what the fuck do you have to say about it? I'm gonna smack the shit out of you when I see you. You probably like that shit. I've told chicks that. I've told trust that on this stream. Well, you need to be spanked. I wasn't fucking joking. It was funny, but I wasn't joking. I was serious. Not allowing them to control you is mental abuse to them. To them, and telling them no is verbal abuse. Yeah, because these are fucking kids that didn't grow up with fathers in their house. A no is not mental abuse or verbal abuse. Verbal abuse can be considered by any fucking BWC running down a dude on camera. The words and shit that she's saying, attacking his manhood, everything else, that is verbal abuse. That is meant to incite a reaction, usually getting punched in the face. Because if another man was doing that to a man, that's exactly what would be happening. Just looking. Everybody got quiet. I don't know what happened. Who did a live stream? It's no good to have a panel with quiet people, because then I can talk.
Oh no, I mean you be cooking. No, you been cooking, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you cooking. Everybody was like, and you hate to be interrupted, so like, nah, you done got on my ass for a couple times. They're like, oh, nigga, I was speaking. Shut the fuck up. I'm like, oh, my bad, dog.
I ain't never told you shut the fuck up. Stop that.
You didn't, but you were like, nah. Am I speaking? I'm like, all right, you know, you right. You was talking. Let me finish.
I realize that. Look, I am not. If anything, I try to have some humility. I realize that sometimes when I listen to the shows back, I said, okay, I went overboard. There was a delay, and my mic is lower, so I didn't realize they weren't hearing me, and I got I get it. I set the rules up contradictory sometimes. My bad.
No, I mean,
the main thing is I like people to get their full thought out and leave some room for people to respond to it. That's it. I just want them to be able to get their full thought out. So my bad.
No, I got it.
Go ahead. Whoever wants to go, I will shut up.
Nah, and for the simple fact that you was going, you be going, bro. You be hitting your monologues, and you know you be doing your thing. So it's like, hey, that you do your thing.
Or what my daughter says, I want to hear the lecture. I say, that ain't a goddamn lecture, motherfucker. What?
It's a monologue. It's different. It's not the same thing.
You be going on so long, Dad. I said, maybe you need to listen then. I shorten it up.
Yeah.
No, my bad. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you good, bro.
I'm good. My piece. I said my piece. My piece.
Yeah. No, it's just weird though. Like, you know, as men in this world we're in, especially like this kind of the Western world we live in, anytime a man is getting anything out of a relationship with a woman, that's seen as a bad thing. I mentioned that. I was mentioning on AB's channel. I was talking last night. Anytime a man, like the simple fact that Shannon was getting some ass from a 19-year-old, it's like, how dare he get something out of her? Like, she was getting paid. I'm pretty sure she was getting flown out. She was getting money. She was getting, things, gifts. Because he's spoken about it on his nightcap show. He said, yeah, I get women stuff. And, if I'm messing with you, you getting stuff. It's not like she was getting nothing. But again, she was getting trinkets. She was getting baubles. And now we know, he won't get like Birkin bags or this crazy stuff that she thinks she's worth. Like, girl, like you said, it's your position is a shortstop. No, your position is left field. You don't get shortstop money, baby. You don't get shortstop money. You left field.
You don't get pitcher money.
No. You can't. Like, you a catcher. Catchers don't have long careers, baby. You get a little bit of money. You get 5 years and then bad knees, and then you out of there.
5 years, bad knees. Good job catching. We need to get somebody else and bring up the second string.
Exactly. We calling up another one from the minors as we speak. Yeah,
Yeah, and that's
exactly. There
what
we
she
go.
was. She was a minor league player, getting to play with the majors for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Little
Got a
10-day contract.
yeah, got a little too big for her britches. Like, man, we gave you some time sitting on the pine, and you really think you in this game, huh?
Yeah, like whoa. Who you thought you was? You just got here. And you're
On
not here
free
for very
agent.
long.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
want free agent money. Fuck you.
She didn't even go through arbitration yet.
Right? You want that free agent money. Bitch.
Oh, no. And so
Just
yeah,
called
and
you
so and so she's pissed at that
yeah.
at the situation. It's like you get to be upset, but you don't get to take it out on us because that's the game you're playing. But that's also the fact that hoes ain't hoes no more, man. It's a different breed. Back in the day, I would say if you think about all the older, even just the NBA wives and the NFL wives or girlfriends from like the early 2000s, right? Or like the early 2010s, they were able to stay in a career, stay in that world for years, right? They were able to have 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 different guys. They kept their mouth shut. They got a baby out of them, got a little check, and they kept it. They kept it and moved on. And they did that 1 or 2 times, 2 or 3 times, and then they at the game. They hit 40, and it's like, all right, I'm at the game. I'm good now. But these new ones, they get one or they try to get one, and then they real loud about it. It's like
Well, that's
you
good
could
because
have been in the game for a long time.
well,
You
that's
talk
why I
about that.
say it's good. It's good that they are loud about it because they letting everybody know not to fuck with them after that.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
but they
It's
don't know
not a
that they're.
it's not a scarlet letter if they put it on themselves. You just showed that your
Yeah,
ass ain't discreet with your dealing.
it's a tattoo.
So yeah, so get what you get from this one because that's gonna be the last one because nobody should be fucking with you right now. Like I don't know how anybody's still fucking with Brittany Renner.
They're not.
I don't.
Apparently, Kevin Gates is.
Apparently Kevin Gates is. So I
Oh
don't know.
no. See, Kevin Gates is different. Kevin Gates isn't an athlete, and
It don't matter.
he's dealt with much
It
crazier
don't
women.
matter. Look, the fact that he ain't an athlete don't mean that she ain't on the same shit she been on. That's the point.
That's facts.
It's still the same woman who's on the same shit. It's like every one of Halle Berry's exes.
Oh
Is
yeah.
every one of them crazy or is Halle crazy? Halle's crazy. And she been that way for a while. So why if she dated a musician and she dated a baseball player, but this dude is different because he's a rapper, nigga, he gonna get the same shit. It's still the same woman.
That's true.
It don't matter if the dance partner changed. No, it's still her. So I don't know. I would like to see people stop making celebrity hoes famous. I'd like to see that. Corinne Steffen should have never been famous. Superhead should have never been a name that you fucking know for what she did. Kim Kardashian shouldn't have been somebody you knew from having a sex tape.
Nope.
I don't understand this. To me, that is the rise of that whole culture. Like, you make these motherfuckers celebrities for this shit. And I don't think that's anything really to be celebrated. So what? Everybody does that. It ain't special in no kind of way.
A woman having sex is not a skill. It's not a talent.
No.
That's why I have issue with a lot of these P stars being on these damn podcasts and being interviewed like they're doing something monumental. I said they're not doing a damn thing.
No.
Getting smashed on camera is not something to be celebrated or to be championed by the fucking general public.
Unless you can make somebody liking that shit.
Yeah. And it's not difficult. It's not a hard job. You're like, oh no, porn is it's so hard. It's such a difficult job. And it's like, no, it's really not.
Yeah. You really look. You know how hard a porn star's job is? Or a female porn star's job is? What is the equivalent of a fluffer for a female star? There isn't one, right? Does anybody know what a fluffer is?
Yep.
A fluffer is the, I don't know, male or female person on the crew that's responsible for getting the male performer hard if he needs that. So he can go out and do a scene with this chick that's and dry as the Sahara Desert blacktop. And lame as that. As the fucking clown in the Joker movie. But he's supposed to make her look good. He's gonna get less money for more cardio work while she get to sit there and lay spread eagle and act like this shit is entertaining. Oh, it was a difficult position because I was twerked this way. Yeah, shut the fuck up. No, it was the lights were hot. It was hot lights and really.
It's hot.
Really.
The lights is hot. It's crazy.
Tell me your struggles. Oh, we were on concrete and it was. You still picked that job, right?
Yeah.
You could quit if you had something to offer.
And that's my thing too. It's like, oh, sex work is so noble. It's like it's not noble. It's like, oh, but it's such a difficult job. Like, no, unfortunately, no, it's not. And it's like, oh, I had no other options. Girl, Burger King hires.
It's
Subway, as Kevin says.
Yeah.
Well, as Kevin says, Subway is always hiring.
Subway Home Depot is always hiring, and they hire convicts.
Yep, you could have done a myriad of jobs. The first thing you went to was sex work because you thought it was easy.
Oh, you thought it was easy? You can make a shitload of money with doing little or no work.
Exactly.
That was a lazy way of making a living.
But they don't think about the social implications of it, because and then when they've realized that, oh shit, people won't look at me differently. I am a whore now, and whores get treated differently. Then now you're trying to look at me
like this for doing sex work. Why the fuck do you think that's not fair? What woman wants you around her fucking husband?
Yeah, no.
When he possibly could have seen hours and hours of video of you taking all kind of things, all kind of places.
Yep.
You arousing his lustful nature. No, bitch, I don't want you around. You gonna fuck up my shit. No.
Exactly.
But I make good cookies and stuff, and I'm a part of the community. Yeah, well, maybe y'all should all buy a apartment complex together with all your, porn money.
Yeah.
And then they'll be all right.
Trying to legislate what's ingrained in us, not just society wise, but everybody knows, like, deeply ingrained, people who engage in sex work are not a part of regular society. They can't be. We all know it.
They are and they're not. They come from regular society, but once you cross that line into doing that kind of work, you can get ostracized in some ways because it doesn't fit into the polite society. Look, a lot of people nowadays have a problem with even mentioning sex correctly or talking about sex correctly, as much as it's shoved in our face all the goddamn time. Some people have a problem even just talking about it. So you shouldn't be surprised that somebody would have a problem with you if you cross that line into doing shit that's taboo that most people don't want out in the open, and you openly do it. And it's known that you have openly engaged in this stuff, that some people don't want you around their shit. You shouldn't be surprised. I mean, do we hear sympathy for people who got the blue dot on them? No, we don't, do we?
No.
Even if it could have been a situation like we're talking about with Shannon Sharp, where, the girl was 16 and he happened to be 18 and they loved each other, but the parents didn't like that shit. And the father called the police on him. He got arrested and was convicted of statutory rape.
Yep.
Of a minor. He is now a blue dot. He lives in the community with that woman after she got over 18. He married her. They moved away, but he has to register now as a blue dot. Do you want to hear anything about his ass talking about, the hard plight of him? No, nobody would give a fuck.
Nope.
They don't want me in their community. Yeah, it's fucked up. If you knew the situation, it's fucked up. But outside of that, nobody would give a shit. Too fucking bad. Get out of here.
The same thing with
never get our young daughters.
Yep. Same thing with people with guys who dealt drugs. It's like if once they find out, okay, you were a street pharmacist. You looked at differently now. Now somebody says, I need some ibuprofen, and they look at you like, what do you mean ibuprofen? Like, you got it, you got some ibuprofen, don't you? They start making little snide jokes. It's like,
oh, you got it. Motherfucker, I don't deal drugs anymore. Yeah, but we know what you
exactly.
You know, he always did that. Or having a job, you've ever been a convicted felon for like being a criminal or something like that. It's a stigma. There's stigmas that come along with a lot of shit.
But it shouldn't have been for her, though. They should not have just for women. Women shouldn't have stigmas for anything that they do.
Yeah, it'll make it hard on her to get through life. Well, look, man, I didn't choose that damn profession. And I understand and I'm sympathetic to an extent how some people can get into that profession and what can lead them there. But you still got to choose, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It still has that stigma attached to it.
Unless she was legitimately sex trafficked from wherever she was, then she made that choice on her own. And you can't just, you made that choice.
Yeah. So I don't know what to tell you. You can't legislate other people's opinions. You try as much as they try with woke culture and everything else, and anti alternative lifestyle laws and stuff like that. That's what it is. It's legislating tolerance or giving you your opinion. People have the right to have that shit, even if you don't agree with it. Sucks, but that's the way it is. Abuki said, the whole reality TV era is let's put gossip out so they could get to know who else these men that have the money are screwing. Yes. You put bigger targets on everybody's back. Personally, look, there's two dudes up here right now, Beast, me, and Matt. I've never asked or never gave a fuck who the hell y'all was screwing. You got Rose and Trust in the chat. I don't necessarily give a fuck about who they screwing. I don't care. It's not my goddamn business. Like I've said, it's not my business unless you're trying to screw me. Then it's partly my business.
Well, yeah.
I don't care. I don't give a shit about rich people fucking rich people or younger folks or whatever, as long as it's not illegal. And I didn't hear anything that he did was illegal. So why do I give a shit? I'm not in the gossip culture that I need to be talking about this shit and sipping tea with everybody about it. So what? Like I said, someone said he offered her $10 million. Fuck her.
But Artisan,
nigga, what?
What if it's your daughter?
What if it's my daughter? I got a whole daughter. My daughter's 25. If my daughter at 25 was fucking with some 51-year-old man, the same age as me, I'd be looking at my daughter like, what the fuck are you doing? I just want to understand it for me, but it's still her choice.
And there we go.
She's grown, and she can still do what the fuck she will. Look, I don't agree with shit. Do what the fuck you want to.
And even
that's
with
all
those
I can say about it.
Yeah, and even with those hypotheticals, it's like, well, what if it was your? I said, well, first off, the type of mindset that I'm instilling in my kids, I ain't got to worry about that shit. No way. It's so it's like, why would you even bring up those hypothetical situations? So what? I mean, you just want to be mad for the sake of being mad because everybody else is mad.
Yeah, the hypothetical situation is to bring up to give you try to give your weak ass argument some validity.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you could argue in facts and not the hypotheticals.
Yeah, you appeal to the emotion. That's a logical fallacy. It's like, well, if it's emotional to you, then that means I won the argument. It's like, no, that you didn't win the argument.
Because I remember having this argument about the age about dudes some time ago, like a year or two ago, about a dude that was messing with a foreign chick that was young. I was like, why the fuck does anybody care? And they said, well, and they keep always trying to bring it down. Well, you can fuck an 18-year-old. What if somebody tries to bring it down? I said, you know why? I said, and I finally said, you know why the dudes that advocate for fucking younger chicks is because it's arrested development. Because when they was 15, 16, they didn't get the girls that they liked at 15 to 16. So they stuck and fixated on that and not learning how to deal with. and deal with the rejection at 15 and 16 like the rest of us regular dudes. I'm not trying to fuck a 15 or 16-year-old because I already did it when I was that age.
Well, that's what I
Make
think
sense.
comes out with them really trying to go after him for that shit is because they want to use it to represent every guy that took a chick that they wanted. It's a representation of that. It's like, yeah, he gotta go down. For who? For what?
For your jealousy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, you know, has to do it too. You'd probably get somebody younger. Shut up. Silly ass. Rosie said, I still don't understand why he would even offer the 10 million. He's making himself look guilty for what if the bitch was of age and she knew what she was doing. The reason I wouldn't have offered her $10 million, I understood. To me, I have an understanding of why I think he would have offered her that much money. He's offering that much money to go the fuck away and not say anything, not to fuck up the money that he got coming. That's what it was. He was trying to give her enough fuck off money to fuck off and leave me the hell alone. Your life would be completely changed with $10 million. You can do whatever the hell you want. Just don't make a fucking scandal and try to fuck up my bag. No, she wanted to go make a scandal and fuck up the bag for her. And since she came out with this bullshit, then the Michelle chick want to turn around and sue too. Because she probably took a cheeseburger.
Oh yeah, she didn't get shit. Because she was fucking on him when he was younger, and he wasn't really paid like that when she was fucking with him.
Now she want to get paid.
Yeah.
For sucking a dick. Look, man. Y'all might as well go over to Vivid or whatever and get a job with this dumb shit. I don't understand why every chick that fucks a celebrity thinks she needs to be getting paid for that shit. I don't. I hate this culture in that sense that keeps getting promoted like that.
I should pay for your attraction to me.
I have no sympathy for her. She did nothing sympathetic. Nobody's taking advantage of her. She's doing what the fuck she wanted to be doing as a grown woman. So?
I should pay you for your attraction to me, is what they're saying. Because you like me, I should pay you. Because I have money.
Yeah.
I'm like you. If nothing criminal happened, why do we give a fuck? Like,
I don't understand why. Nothing criminal. She was of age.
Because that's my whole thing.
He might have abused her. Do you got a tape or a recording of him abusing her? And don't show me some sex tape and think I'm supposed to be all a flutter and boo on the man because there's a sex tape out there. Motherfucker, as far as I know nowadays with camera phones, everybody recording themselves fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. So it's not out of the ordinary. And everybody knows there's a camera there and don't give a fuck. So why do I want to see somebody else's gonzo ass sex tape? It's probably lame as shit. It's probably lame as shit. You know why I say that? Because she's fucking 19. You got no goddamn skills besides spreading them.
He was throwing that thing all across the bedroom, and she was like, she did what she was acting. She did the thing. She did the thing he wanted.
He was doing the thing, and he was doing the thing that she asked for.
Yep.
Oh, smack me. Oh, choke me. Come on, man. That's the one thing you can be somewhat assured of because she's a young white chick in this culture right now.
Yep.
She wants all kind of raunchy shit. And Shannon Sharp as much said so when he put out those fucking text messages where she's asking for this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And what are we talking about? Why is this even brought up to this volume that we have to be talking about this shit? Can y'all handle that somewhere off to the side? Stupid shit.
I mean, it's like I said, it's multi-layered. It's a multi-layered.
Yeah, there's multi-layers of shit.
Yeah, it's him being it's all about rich. So he's rich already, right? There's him not just being rich, but he's black and she's white. So there's that element of it. There's the whole man versus woman thing. There's the old versus young thing. So there's a lot of things. All of these things are going against him in this modern day culture. And it's like people act like this thing has not happened or does not happen. with its fair share of regularity in that world of, $1 million earners. Like this happens with a fair consistency with those people in that bracket of folks. Like it is what it is. However, like you said, disgruntled people, like that, she felt like she deserves more, and then we have to suffer for somebody else's. They didn't negotiate that deal good enough, and so we have to suffer for it. It's when people, when your favorite sports star holds out of the contract, it's like, bro, I don't want to hear about the holdout. I want to hear about how's training camp going, how's practice going, what are we doing for the game. I don't want you to hear about this holdout shit. I need to hear that he's with the team, that we're gonna play, and we're gonna win this week.
Yeah, is he with the team or is he not with the team?
Exactly.
Get it together.
Are we trading? What are we doing? We getting picks? We getting another guy? We trading first for a second and second for a first. What's the deal? Like compensatory picks? What? I don't need to hear whether or not he's sitting at home. I don't care about that. And so like we have to suffer for that.
Well, my thing is, shout out to Studio. He said exactly. We don't know how many stories we didn't hear about because it was settled behind closed doors. I don't always think a behind closed doors conversation means something negative and something bad actually happened. That's not what that means. It's not what that means at all. And I'm not saying you say that. For me, when I hear somebody settle something behind closed doors and they're celebrities, I understand that public opinion is getting removed from it, is what it is. They're removing it from the public space where public opinion can be put on there and people negotiating or speculating on how much they should have gotten paid and shit like that. You put it this way. You're a big celebrity, Studio. Big celebrity. Everybody know UYP Studio, right? And it come out, some young bitch said, Studio was doing this to me. He was choking me when I didn't want it. And he offered me $10 million to go away. And I don't want that $10 million because this other bitch showed up. No, I'm going to make him pay for breaking my heart. Studio and his lawyer says, well, we're going to have a closed door conversation to settle this shit. You get behind closed doors and the first thing you hear, you just need to apologize to me, Studio. Look, your case ain't got a leg to stand on. You don't have a case. I don't give a fuck. We're going to ruin your damn career. If you ruin my career, how the fuck are you going to get paid? I just want you ruined. Look, bitch, you know what we was doing. This is all the
that's that Cali nigga coming out. Yeah, look, bitch.
This is all this conversation that would be happening behind closed doors.
Yeah.
All this shit that you don't want to hear about anyway. All this shit that if it was happening next door to you in somebody else's house, you'd be calling the police and knocking on the wall telling them to shut the fuck up. You don't want to hear that shit. That's all it is. That's all it means. They in there saying, you full of shit. You full of shit. So what? The public doesn't believe I'm full of shit.
Wait.
Artisan. $10 million now. Is that what you're saying, bitch? No, you're gonna take care of me forever. Oh my God. The fuck is your issue? Why are you being so evil?
Artisan. It would be the Stack and Mary train station conversation. That's what we have.
Oh yeah.
I told you to stay the fuck away from me, but obviously you don't
listen. It was awkward. It was like, it's awkward as hell.
Then you stuck your tongue in my cools and fuck me so hard. I thought you changed your mind.
Oh no.
Yeah, Shannon, you told me that, but that's probably exactly how it happened. Holy shit. We already got the take. Just watch Sinners.
Yep. But he was broke, so
what you doing around here, girl? Yeah, stuck your tongue in my coos. Told me
and that's not exactly how it happened, but keep your voice down.
Yeah, his eyes got big as hell. He was like, "Oh no, I could die."
Shut up, girl! If you don't shut up, that's probably exactly how it happened. You know what, Beastly? You're a small motherfucker sometimes, boy.
That's good. That was a good one. That's real. Yes, sir.
Somebody, you need to hurry up and cut that into a short.
Yeah.
It's like the Beastly Nerd, newly released tape on the conversation between Shannon and this chick, and cut that scene from Sinners.
Label it label it the same way. You know how people do put her name over her name over Mary, and then his name over Stack. It's like, what you talking about? What are you doing?
Look, I'm gonna capitalize because that's what everybody been doing. Everybody been taking that scene and just add. I just saw a funny clip of it today when your sneaky link at work approached you.
Oh no!
The sneaky link approaches.
Oh man!
Oh yeah, you need to do that. You need to get on that ASAP Rocky, man.
Yes, sir.
Get on that. That's funny as hell because that actually works with this situation. See, studio. This is why they had closed door conversation.
Yep.
But that shit Mary was doing out at the train station, like, could you keep your voice down? Like, everybody don't need to know everything we was doing. Oh my god! I didn't think he was coming back. Real like coming back. Got you a rich white man. Why don't you go off and be with him? I want to be white.
Yep. He don't hit it the same way.
Oh shit!
I want to be with you.
Remember you fell asleep with your head on my chest. I'm like, God damn, you just gonna tell everything.
They love doing that shit too, though. Yeah, they love doing that. Mm-hmm. Every time you got a vulnerable moment, they're like, "Remember that time you was real vulnerable?" Yeah.
Man, that's why I don't like to tell you this shit.
Yeah, this is what happens when accusations come out. Then others come to say me too, and the woman speculate and see he has a pattern. No, this is what happens when they recognize it's a feeding frenzy. There's too much money on the line.
Opportunity.
The moment they started talking about how much his new deal was possibly that he was supposed to be signing you knew the bitch was coming out the woodwork. They ain't even got to be true. Same thing you saw with Cosby. All them people jumped out the woodwork talking about, yeah, it might have been me too. Because they looking at it like a class action lawsuit. Everybody going to get paid a little something.
Yeah, that's what makes
it don't even have to be true. Don't even have to be true.
Because people think Me Too means that people think that Me Too means like, oh yeah, it's so many people dealing with this. It's like, no, is he Me Too? Is like, I have an opportunity to capitalize from this situation. You happen this? Me too. Like Me Too can get my bread out of this.
And enough people like it takes a long time to try to sort through all of those who actually have something true, who actually don't.
Yep.
To where you make motherfuckers settle out and then everybody get paid a lump sum. It's a come up.
Yep.
For broke
and then it makes real situations questionable now. Now people make the real situations, they gotta look at it with the side eye. Is it true? And that's the fucked up part about it. And that's why I say we should not be entertaining this, because what about the real situations? Because it's always civil, never criminal. I said, well, if this dude's that much of a piece of shit, why are we not taking him off the street? So you just gonna allow somebody else to get hurt?
Because you can't get money out of it.
I remember the first time somebody. Yeah, because I remember somebody said we'll try to throw that shit out there, the accusation. I said, so when we my first thing out my mouth, I said, so when we going down to the police station to file a police report? Mm-hmm. Oh, that story changed real quick when I said that.
Yeah, I'm a wretch. Well, call a cop.
Because then it's subject to a burden of proof. You have to prove that this happened.
Right. You don't roll into court on accusations. Nope. You need some proof. Because your case is based on, hopefully, your case is based on proof. Not public opinion, not an accusation. You need to actually have some proof of some wrongdoing. And it should be easily investigatable. But if not even need the explanation, investigation, all the motherfucking dude has to do is pull up, wait a minute. This is her messages asking me to choke her and smack her and stuff. And she asked me to come over for that.
Yep.
I'm a healthy heterosexual man. I don't mind smacking a little chick on her ass.
No, hell no.
So, look, I'm not overly blaming Shannon for this. Look, do I think it's gross or anything like that he picked a 19-year-old? I ain't even seen a picture of this chick. I don't even know how cute she is. I personally, at 15 years old, wouldn't want to be fucking with no 19-year-old. Me personally, I wouldn't. I mean, for me, I really do have a mental block between certain age ranges that I'm not even I can't even see myself looking at chicks. I don't understand why. I saw a cute ass 25-year-old and I was freaked out that she was 25. Like, why the fuck? I'm like, okay, she's 25 though. But I told y'all before, my thing, if she around my kids' age, I can't be fucking with you. Cannot be fucking with you. I cannot have anybody around my kids' age. It messes with me. Like, damn. That means these motherfuckers could be sitting there with my daughter having a conversation. Oh, hell no. Nah. Oh, no. Nah. That'd be too weird. Too goddamn weird. Too goddamn weird. No. She playing with A cups. That ain't even on the menu, bro. Like, I was playing.
Yeah, she a very basic looking chick.
Very basic.
What is this bitch's name so I can pull up a picture and see how basic her ass looks? I'm really
Gabriella Zuniga.
Oh my god, you know the name like off top, like he been to her OnlyFans.
Fuck off.
I put in GAB. Put in GAB. She is the second line on Google.
That's great. That's crazy.
He's made her a fucking celebrity now. Congratulations. Oh my.
Here come book deals and reality show TV offers. God damn. Because I realized how many of them,
Hold the fuck on. All these pictures of this chick in swimsuits and posing and ass out and everything else, and I'm really supposed to be believing. I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube. This is an Instagram picture. This is one of these pictures that I told y'all before. It's like, when the hell did they start being able to show nudity on Instagram? That this shit is on the woman. This chick was out there standing around, and all of a sudden she butt naked twerking. What the fuck is this? What the hell happened? This shit got her whole ass out.
The rules are just for dudes and not for women.
Rules for thee, not for me. She got a bunch of cheesecake pictures up here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! Like, okay, I can probably show this picture. And I'm just saying this is what makes your case bullshit. This is what makes your case bullshit.
Yeah, she's she regular. I mean, she's a regular run-of-the-mill white girl.
Extra
posing like
she is
non-crispy.
She's
extra
regular. She's regular in playing, except for the fact she got a little butt. But other than that, she is regular as fuck. Now, Shannon Sharp wanting to mess with her. She in the gym taking these ass out pictures. That's her best asset. Whatever they turn to you in the camera is their best asset. They know it. That's why they turn it into you in the camera. And every one of these pictures that keep coming up, she got her ass in the camera before her face. So that's why Shannon wanted to hit that shit. Okay, you want to apply a new field? Fine. Whatever the fuck. But there is no way in hell I'm sitting here thinking this was just a young girl who was taken advantage of. Get the fuck out of here.
But for me, it's like your Instagram don't show you dressing very conservatively.
Nope.
So that already with me, you already lost with your case with me.
Look, I'm like, roll this shit quickly. I'm sorry. This does not look like the wholesome little girl.
Nope.
No. Hell no. Far from it.
What the fuck are we talking about? She got some nice legs and ass. I can see why Shannon got on her if she was in the gym. But that's all she's selling. That is as much as she thinks she has to offer. Because that's what the fuck is out there. You was about to get this regular ass bitch $10 million for some nice legs and an ass and letting you hit it. You fucking moron.
Skip. Come on, Skip.
My grandpa and my uncle would have been
just another dude. You fucking
Look, my grandpa and my uncle would in their graves would have smacked the shit out of me if I ever did some stupid shit like that. The type of players and men that they were, like, you don't ever
Y'all keep talking
but fellas, this lets you know that athletes have always been the biggest simps in our society.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for shit sure. I always bring up the biggest simping dude, White Knight, Captain Saberhole type dudes are fighters. I can't tell you how many times I know several people personally that wives and girlfriends have cheated on them. And you would think, oh, this badass. I said, no, he's a simp. Like
Yep.
I tell one of the messages that and I think I said it before, one of the messages that I've taught to like the younger guys coming into it, especially the guys that want to be fighters and shit, I tell them, make sure your personal stuff is in order. Because if your personal life is not in order, it's going to carry over to you when you step into that arena. Because
Yep.
it's going to be on your mind when you step into that fight. And I need you 100% focused and stuff because I've watched guys. I tell them I've watched guys blow contracts to fight in the UFC, Bellator, and Strikeforce because I always say the number one killer is women of a guy's career of a fighter's career is women. Either they running behind one or more chicks or they got one or more chicks running behind them, and it's usually they running behind one chick. Dudes got fights coming up and girlfriend calling the gym, hey, I need you to come. I'm like, bro, title's on the line, or the big money contract is on the line, or just your record is on the line. What are we doing? And I remember one guy, we had to turn out the lights in the gym and go to the back of the gym and park his car in another car lot because his girl's coming up to the gym, stalking him, trying to see where he at. Well, I'm like, well, he's got this fight. And whenever she would come with him, I'll say, well, he got this fight coming up. What's up? Why you stalking him? Because I'll be the first one. I'm like, why you stalking him? He got this fight coming up.
Well, you know why? Because they can't stand somebody who's going to be better than them. They think in their heart of hearts that once he makes it big, he's going to leave them. And we both been around the hurt business long enough.
Yeah.
In some facet, from wrestling, boxing, MMA, and I tell people, think about it, right? I had to do that to some of our wrestlers. Why your girl here? She's distracting us.
Oh my God!
Get the fuck out, and that would be the same thing. And I've said this many times before. Like, you can't have distractions when you have some big opportunities like that. That's a once in a lifetime opportunity to fight for the UFC or other places. You don't get too many shots like that.
Nope.
And right now it's ultra competitive, where any fight can make a career. And when you look at it, that's the same thing I say with college. You shouldn't be focused on anybody that's distracting you from getting what you need to get, especially when it comes to education, when it comes to opportunity, because it's too competitive out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that was just like one of the guys. I hate when dudes bring their chicks to the gym and they can't handle getting their ass did in front of their girl. That shit pisses me. One guy I used to train with, and ironically, me and him actually fought each other for a title opposed one time because after he left the gym because he really pissed me off. And I remember him damn near concussing one of our teammates by slamming like a slamming like double leg takedown, slamming his ass because he caught him with a hip toss, a judo hip toss earlier when they were grappling. He said, I shouldn't have done that. I said, what the fuck was that all about? He was like, oh, I hip tossed him in front of his girl. I was like, so he damn near concussed you. Damn near gave you a concussion, slamming you on your head because he's pissed off because I was like, bro. I said, now why do I always say don't bring your girl? Yeah.
If you got a problem with your girl seeing you lose or get your ass beat, don't bring it to the gym. I wouldn't bring my girl to the gym for the simple fact there's too many swinging dicks in there. I don't need somebody who can't. I wouldn't need somebody who can't take me on the mat trying to go behind the scenes and fuck my chick. To try to, get some retribution that kind of way.
Artisan, I've seen that too. I've seen a dude bring girl to the gym, niggas trying to shoot at her, and then that starts bullshit. And it's like, bro, stop like I tell the young kids that's like 15, and I used to joke with them, and I be telling them like, because we get the water break in between rounds, they're like, and I tell them, I say, hey, and I learned from my coach, I tell them, I say, hey, put your phone down. If she like you, she'll text you back later. Coach, Sensei, how you know I'm talking to a girl? I said, because I was 15 years old once too. I know you're
Exactly.
talking to a girl, and that's a
Exactly.
huge distraction.
Anybody who knows what you're doing right now would not be bothering you right now, except for
Yeah,
Exactly.
a distraction
And
at best.
yeah. I'm like,
and,
put
and
your
it's so,
phone down. She'll call you back, and I said, you trying to make it in this game, and you telling me because you 15, 16, in another 2 years, we can throw you in the amateur things if you really serious about it. They probably changed the rules, but at that time, we could probably sneak you in at 16 and just lie about your age, and you can be whooping up on grown ass men because the way we train, you won't be able to whoop up on grown ass men. But if you serious, you got to get that because I've watched too many dudes I knew a guy, really talented dude, but because his wife had no faith in his abilities, I think he was 1-7, all because his wife didn't support him. I said, there's a whole lot of mental shit that go into this, and women will fuck your mental up if you do not have that in order. You gotta be able to turn that shit off or get that shit under control because it will care. I've watched it. I tell you this, I'm begging you, please get that personal shit in order because I've watched it carry over and I've watched guys blow titles, big contracts, money, they record, all that stuff.
Like I said, they don't like it. A certain type of women doesn't like it when you have something more important than them in your life.
Mm-hmm.
They get jealous of that thing, whatever it is you're dedicated to. If it's fighting, if it's doing your job or whatever your hobby, it doesn't matter what it is.
Video games.
Video games, they get jealous of that shit. They always want to distract you from doing that. Always. It's a certain type of woman. Not every woman to do that. Right? Some women will respect your space of doing, I'm going to the gym, I'm doing this. Okay, they ain't gonna be feeding into your mind. Oh, you probably they're fucking bitches. I'm like, it's a bunch of dudes in a gym beating each other in the head. What the fuck are you talking about?
let me put it to you this
Why am I
way.
listening to this shit right now?
Don't be a police officer and you're giving directions for somebody and you smile back at the person, they smile at you. You know, a little customer service and your girlfriend right past. Why is she smiling? Because I helped her. You idiot. You know, like you forget. Yeah.
Charles, you'll like this. I had this part of a conversation last night that somebody told me that she thought I really craved female attention. I'm like, and I thought about it for a minute and said, when have you ever seen me actually crave female attention? I said, I don't even dress like I crave female attention. I said, if I did, I'd be wearing flashy colors and shit like that and all my jewelry and everything else on and bragging about my car and stuff to try to get female attention. I said, I wear drab ass colors. I wear shit that don't look super fly. I'm not looking for female attention like that. Oh, because you can pick out these people who was looking at you. I said, that's just being a black man in the world. I know what I attract. And because I'm usually scanning the room, I can tell you, yeah, her over there was looking at me. She's interested. Her over here is trying to play like she's not interested because she with her man, so she gonna talk shit about who I'm sitting with. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see him, but you didn't see me running up on him and doing anything to get that goddamn attention. No, it's just it's just paying attention to the fucking room. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I walk away from more fucking chicks than I fucking hit on. Come on.
And see, that's the part about the insecurity of both people because my homeboy said that you crave acknowledgement. I said no, I don't. He says, but you got your podcast or your live streams. I said, when have you ever heard me tell people to acknowledge me? I said, I'll tell people. You like what I say? You acknowledge me. You know, I don't put my finger up in the air. I don't need your acknowledgement. I said, you know, I'm the type of person who say, if you don't respect me, then F your respect. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, I know what I am. I know what I'm capable of doing. I know what I accomplish. I don't need a soul to tell me anything about that.
Right.
And my whole life was like, well, I said, when did you see me crave attention? I said, when I won my championships, I said, let me ask you this question because he's known me for almost 30 years next year. I said, when did I ever crave attention for my championships? The conversation to come up when it comes up, but I don't go up there and say, hey, 4-time champion of this, bronze medal in this is no. I'm Charles. How you doing? Yeah. From Faulkner, how you doing?
Yeah, I rarely roll out my list of accomplishments. I don't think it actually matters. It matters to me because I did it. But I don't think it matters to anybody else. Why do they give a shit? I don't walk into a room. I acknowledge women. I see women who are pretty, who are ugly as fuck, all in between, right? I see women who acknowledge me and look at me and say, oh, he might be handsome, but I'm not craving their goddamn attention. I'm not doing anything to draw their fucking attention. I'm a black man walking in this world. Anywhere I walk into, I understand there's eyes on me already. Already. So me scanning the room and understanding who's in that room is not me looking for somebody's goddamn attention. The question should be, why do you think I need to be hidden in some kind of way from female attention for you to feel comfortable around me? That's
And
stupid.
part of that,
Insecurity.
and you remind me a lot of myself. I'm very similar where I dumb myself down just because I don't want to hear anything really. Like, for example, this weekend, one of my subscribers in Maryland and Dr. Dunbar and my boy Dern, we went to the cigar lounge. You not one time, and sometimes I do it out of habit to call Dr. Dunbar than his first name Anwar, because I'm so used to doing it. You
Right.
would never know that guy has a PhD. Never
Dr.
know.
Goodbar.
Dr.
Yeah,
Goodbar.
yeah,
Very cool. Like everybody who meets him, even the Padawans be like, wow, he is so cool, so intelligent. I love picking his brain. And he enjoys talking to the younger guys. And and what makes it funny is that, you got the dude John, he was with us and he's December, he'll get a master's in psychology. You'll see everybody knows what I've accomplished. Darren works for the federal government for the last damn near 15 years. We don't brag about stuff. We just cool ass dudes. I don't need acknowledgement. I don't need to put a billboard up and say, this is me. This is what I've done, even with women. And I say, what the problem with a lot of guys out there is? You put too much out there too soon. Unless I'm on a dating app and I tell people this, that, and the other, I might do that. So, which I think actually intimidates a lot of chicks. But that's actually a good thing sometimes. But it's the fact that you need a little mystery about you. I didn't know you know how to do this. Sure, you never asked. But
look, I pointed this out, Charles. I pointed this out to her. Like I said, I wish you knew my old friend Rogers. I wish you knew my old friend Rogers, because you could see the two of us standing together and you would know the difference between who is actually craving female attention and who is not, because I'm not the one doing that shit. I can ignore women most times. I said, but I'm the one in a group of dudes. Y'all can be all out there, be popping at the dude, and the chicks be like, who's your friend over there? Who is that? Not saying anything, not interested. Why? Because I've already sized them up and I'm not interested in these bitches, but y'all have at it. Ooh, what's going on with him? He's so mysterious.
Alexa.
You look intimidating. That's what she told me. Is like, oh, you look intimidating sometimes. And I said, that's good because it keeps away from me.
Yep.
Hey, Alexa.
I've heard that before. They made me laugh my ass off.
Hey, Alexa, play Shawn Michaels' theme.
Shawn Michaels' theme, Heartbreak Kid. They think of you.
And more often than not,
you know I'm sexy. Drive the girls vibe.
I've heard before from a chick. She said, "Don't he look like he'd beat the hell out of a bitch?" I was like, "Why the hell did you say that?" He said, "Because you be looking so serious sometimes." I said, "I'm fucking working." Like, no, what? Come on, man. But that's fine. That's fine. If you keep your scary asses away from me, good. You don't need to be near me because I don't like scary ass chicks anyway. It's not entertaining. It's not fun for me at all. At all. You can't be scared and be hanging around me. It's not because I'm doing a lot of dangerous ass shit, but scary people are annoying to me. Oh, I can't do that. It's a spider. Oh, that's too fast. Oh my fucking God. Are you a grown up? Jesus.
Well, artisan, now you see why I don't do haunted houses with people. Because as soon as I said, look, as soon as we going in here, we going through this shit. We not stopping. Ain't no time to get scared. I will walk through and leave people like, where you at? I said, look, I told you, if we doing this haunted shit, you know it's fake. Bring your ass on. Come on. You wanted to be scared. I'm pushing you or I'm pulling you through this bitch. It's scared. I don't care. Let's go.
I don't do irrational fears. I
Yeah.
don't. I told you guys many times, one of the things I do in my life is I try to fear less shit because I see fear as limiting.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fear limits you in a lot of damn ways. Some big, some small. Fear is a tool. It's there to be used. It's there for your survival for certain situations, but you don't need it everywhere. You don't.
Mm-mm.
I know people who are scared of fucking roller coasters and they grown ass adults. Why? There's 100 people been on this thing all day today. You think it's about to break just because your ass got on it? That's fear. That's irrational fear.
Yep.
Oh, something in the dark. Where it was the same thing that was out there when it was daytime. What are you scared of? It's going to come and get me. That is your subconscious. It's probably not thinking about your ass. If you walked out there, it's probably running from you like, oh shit, this human's coming to get me. Shut up. I'm not rational fears. And if I identify a fear, I try to make it not a fear. Cognitive behaviorally, I try to make it not a fear. You shouldn't have it. It's not because it has to serve some kind of purpose. And if it's not serving the purpose, I don't understand why you need it. So cut it out. Cut the fat. Fear less shit. The less you fear, the more things you can actually do in the world because you're not afraid of doing them. But the more of them you have, the smaller your world becomes because you're always operating in the realm of fear. I can't do this because this might happen. Oh, well, a whole bunch of goddamn things might happen. But why don't you deal with what's, here in the now?
Yep.
Not all that other shit about what could possibly go wrong. If you take that next step and none of that 1 million possibilities of what could go wrong happen, were you prepared for that next step? No. Fear is crippling. It doesn't help you do shit like that.
I think the best quote on fear is Will Smith in After Earth when he's talking to his son. That is the best quote. Like that movie right there. I remember after seeing that movie when it came out of there, I said, damn, I need to get that quote. Because that is the realest quote.
Fear
like if we talking about movie quotes, that's probably top 5 right there.
Yeah, no, it is. That's why that movie was good, because it's a father teaching his son how to handle fear, how to be a man and how to handle fear. And what he told him, fear is not real. It's your anxiety about the future. That's all it is. That cannot and will not exist in this moment.
Yeah. Fear is a choice. That's what he told him.
You choose to be afraid. So I try to limit that shit. I try to cut out as much of it as I can. Not because I'm trying to be some inhuman monster. No, because I understand some of this shit is fed into you. It's given to you. Like when you were a kid, like I'll give you something simple. Your mama was afraid of spiders, and every time she sees a spider, you see her freaking the fuck out from it.
And you freak the fuck out.
You will take that on. You will take that on. Oh, I'm afraid of spiders because my mama was afraid of spiders. And why was your mama afraid of spiders? I don't know. Then why are you fucking afraid of spiders? Because they small and they crawl? Oh, no shit. So now you're a biology professor. Amazing. What are you actually afraid of? Did something actually happen to you? No? Okay, it's an irrational fucking fear. That's what you're telling me. An irrational fear with no basis on you personally. Shut up.
And then and one thing I remember saying this to my family, because family devout, religious Christian, and I remember my oldest uncles, of my mom's second oldest brother. I remember he took one of my things because they used to pray. You asked to be covered with the blood of Jesus and for protection. And I used to tell them, and it's like when we go out, well, you don't do this because this. I said, you know what? Y'all do all this praying and asking for protection and all this other stuff. If you're praying and asking for protection, why in the hell would you then turn around and go out and have fear of certain things? I'm not saying go out looking for trouble. Right? You should be protected. And my uncle told me, I remember when he heard I remember my uncle told me, he said, may he rest in peace. I remember he told me, he said, yeah, I took that from you, nephew. And I applied it to when you was right. If we praying for protection, he said, cause I forgot I had said it to him too. I said it to him and he reminded me that he told me, he said, yeah, you was right, nephew. He said, what is the point of praying for protection and go out into the world and having fear? You were right. He said, so there's no point in praying that prayer.
You don't believe in your God that you say you believe in.
I'm going to tell you, what is the two things the Bible talk about when it comes to fear? Number one, if God is for us, who can stand against us? And number two, He never gave you a spirit of fear.
Mm-mm. No.
So
Fear
I
is the
just
mind
look at
killer. Fear is the mind killer. Sorry.
I'm just kind of funny because people be like, "What are you afraid of?" I said, "Real shit to be afraid of." I said, "It's lessening each and every day." I mean, my fears are lessening each and every day because you got to think I've been through some things that most people don't see.
You've been through war. I think there'd be little shit that you was afraid of.
Very little. I mean,
you're afraid to get into a fight. No, I'm afraid I get into a fight and not stop beating your ass to death.
That actually is a fear.
Yeah.
And it's also, legitimate fears like the death of a lost one or, stuff that actually matters. Like, oh, wow, 3 guys jumping in an alley. Oh, this didn't happen before.
Yeah, 5 people jump me before.
I'm like, shoot, I just got to be more vicious if I want to get out of it. It's the fact that, we made a scary type of people and we think this is cute. It's not.
No, I'm not with having a bunch of fears like that. I'm just not. It doesn't really make sense to me. And that is how my brain works. I try to make sense out of certain things. Certain things that don't make sense, my brain tells me it needs to be cut away. That's it. It needs to be cut away. If I can't find a functional reason for it and why it needs to be there, it needs to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Make some space. No. JT said, with the state of humanity, I've become a recluse. Go to work, go home, no dates, nobody, people suck. I'm chilling in my house. I hear you. I said that last night that I hadn't been dating. I'm telling this person I should have said, I haven't been dating. I don't feel like being bothered because I don't want to hear any conversations. I don't want to have conversations that I think are pointless. Like, why was you out so late Tuesday night? Well, I was at league shooting pool and helping the league captain run pool. Oh, you was probably out there fucking with bitches. Oh my fucking God. I don't want to have dumbass conversations like that. I don't. I don't have to answer to nobody. And not that I would start answering to somebody if I was in a relationship, but if I was in a relationship, it would be a discussion if the woman didn't understand this is what he does. I'm very cut and dry. If this is what I'm doing, this is what the fuck I'm doing. I was at league on Thursday and the league operator is asking me about this other chick that showed up for this other team. He's like, oh, what kind of girls you like? I said, what are you, pimping? He wanted me to see this one chick. And I looked at her. Yeah, she's skinny with some little A cups. She is a super basic white girl. She ain't even got the booty like this other Gabriella chick. Nothing. I'm like, all right. She got a pretty face. No, not my type. I wouldn't have any interest in banging a bone bag.
Well, she needed to eat a sandwich, is what you're telling me.
She needed 2 sandwiches, nigga, and footlongs from
Thanksgiving dinner. For Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, Thanksgiving dinner with all the fixings. No, she looked nice when she bent the fuck over because it's just a big old gap there. But other than whatever, man, y'all just like wet holes, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't interested in her. I'm not there when I'm playing pool looking for fucking chicks. I will beat a chick on the table. If she's playing against me, I will beat her ass on the table. Just like I would try to beat the dude's ass. Why? Because I don't give a fuck. I'm not there for that. I'm there to play this game. And if you end up being my opponent, tits or not, you getting it.
You catching his ass whooping.
You gonna catch it. It's just what it is.
Same way when it comes to sparring in the gym. They're like, well, boys, you guys be light on me. I said, well, I'm not, because I'm gonna knock the hell out of you. Because I already know you're not gonna pull punches on me, and I don't want you to, and that doesn't actually help you get better at this shit if I'm
I
pulling
get the
punches
same
on you.
smoke. Same
Because
smoke. So
too
like
many.
JT was saying, just to finish this point out, like JT was saying, that's all I do. I was telling her, I go to work, I go league, I come home, I might do my YouTube videos. That's it. That's every day. And that could be boring as hell for some people. I don't give a fuck. This is the life I chose. This is what I'm doing right now. So
You should end that state.
when I
You should end
decide
that state. Oh, so go ahead.
to drive to Vegas to play in this tournament, motherfuckers is looking at me like, you crazy. Why am I fucking crazy? I'm a grown goddamn man. And I do want to play in this tournament. Why the fuck wouldn't I drive to Vegas? That's too far. Too far? What the fuck are you talking about? It's 8 hours. You spend 8 hours sitting in front of a fucking computer.
Isn't it one state over?
Oh, it's too dark. It's so long. That's all I'm hearing is fear, 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 fear. I'm like, dude, I've made that trip to Vegas like 5 times. A couple of them by myself. It's not too far to fucking drive at night or anything else. Just at night means you can drive a little bit faster. And you might want to watch for the highway patrol. But other than that, what? Stupid. I don't do fear well. I don't do a lot of fear well.
Fear. That's funny. I remember my friends used to tell me, "Well, if you go to wrestling, you'll get hurt. Sign me up.
Yes,
If you go to this,
not afraid of
if
that
you go
shit.
if you go to this tactical team in Iraq, you're gonna get hurt. Sign me up." And then,
You need to get hurt so you get over the fear of that shit. Like there was a line from a movie, The Bodyguard. And in The Bodyguard, Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston, he's hiding her at his father's house, and his father is talking to her, and she's asking, what was he like when he was a kid? And he's talking about how the kid went to play football or some shit like that. And he came back home and told his father, he questioned his father why his father didn't, spank him or beat him enough. Because he found that he was a little bit afraid of something. He didn't like being afraid. Football will teach you not to be afraid. You're not afraid of another dude running at you. You're not afraid of getting tackled. You're not afraid of getting hit. None of that shit. Like Charles has said many a time, combat sports are good for boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Get you over that goddamn fear of it. Get you over that fear. That's how you can tell people who ain't never been punched in the goddamn face before. Or these tough talking motherfuckers that you watch the videos where they get caught doing something. The first thing they doing is screaming for mama. Ah, get off me! Ah!
Mama!
Mama, I thought this was some big and bad Negro. What the fuck is this? God damn, a 6-foot pussy. I've never seen this before. My God. That's amazing. With Nikes on. Oh my goodness. Like, I know they made those.
Yeah, he got the whole tough guy ensemble on,
Yeah, the tough guy persona is in place.
Tattoos, tank top shirt, all that. You got piercings, all that. Billy Badass. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I learned a long time ago how to see through that smoke screen. So bring it the fuck on.
One grown man grabbed him, the same size as him, and this motherfucker resorted to a small child. Get off me, you! Get off me!
Everybody's a grappler when you hit them hard enough.
Always a grapple when they hit the ground.
Well, that's why he's laughing now. He knows what I mean by that. You too, man. Everybody's a grappler when you hit them hard enough, and then you walk into my world.
Yeah.
And I'm told people a lot of times. I said every time I've said something about fear, whether it's the universe, the ancestors, or whatever God you serve, it's put me in a situation to say, get over it. And I'm afraid to start this business. I'm afraid to leave the department. I'm afraid to do this. Fear will hinder.
Yeah, I always think you should walk towards your fear. If you recognize that you have a fear at doing something, you should walk towards it.
Fear is a hindrance. Fear is what makes you weak and stay that way.
That's where your ego lives. Your ego lives behind your fear. Because it doesn't like being broken down in that sense. right? It's going to live behind your fear. So
I remember
better
talking to my
explanation.
son. I remember talking to my son about fear. He had a fear of boxing again when unfortunately his teammate passed after they sparred. And I said, you know what? I said, not only should you do it for yourself when you compete, now you got another reason to compete because now you can carry it on in his name as well, in his memory. Do it for you first, but now you're carrying somebody's memory with you.
Mhm.
You know how much? You know how much gas they put in them with no brakes. I
Put in that
mean, like I said,
JP5 in them.
the J5. You know, it's all gas, no brakes. And I told him, I said, you got to think about it. Your daddy was sparring, and he didn't even know. He doesn't remember me sparring in the gym. And he was like telling my nephew, I know you're a better boxer than my dad. He said, dude. He said, your dad's one of those guys. You can't believe he existed. He says, don't look down upon your dad. He says, trust me. No, after 3 months, nobody wanted to spar with your dad, even some of the pros. He
See,
says, believe.
that's
Go
one of the
ahead.
things I remember about being even just a kid. That's what we did. Boxing gloves was a toy you got from Toys R Us that you could sit there and beat the shit out of each other with in your backyard.
Remember when you used to get weight sets for your birthday and Christmas?
Little dumbbells.
And think about it. When's the last time you heard about somebody getting in the early 90s? Almost 30 something years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at the young boys now. Can't even open up a jar of pickles. Can't even carry a crate up the steps.
But they
Oh
think they
man,
can
this
take
is
on the
heavy.
world. They think they can take on the world.
You know, I remember one time one of the young bucks tried to like, come on, I wonder how you can. We know you can wrestle, coach. How you doing a fight? I said, okay, do what you do. And he tries to swing, and I'm dodging it, and he doesn't notice what I'm doing with my foot. I put my foot like like a front kick, and I put it right to his knee, right before hitting it, and he naturally buckled. He was like, "Oh," I said, "Yeah." Oh, I
Look,
said,
y'all, it was worse with me when I'm working at the juvenile detention center because you know them niggas think they really can fight. I said most of y'all niggas can't fight. Y'all you shoot at people. That's why y'all always talking about using the switches and all this other shit. And then they think I don't just because what I look like. They think I can't do nothing. And then until I say until we put we have a set of boxing mitts and gloves, especially for the ones that need to kind of deregulate and get some of the anger out and all the other stuff. And then when they hold and they move, they're like, oh shit. you know something. I said, I tried to tell you, you motherfuckers think I can't do something with your little scrawny ass, but I can. You ain't nothing but you ain't but 100 pounds soaking wet.
you got a guy who was like 17 years old and 320 pounds, and I literally suplexed him. That made all the other guys like back down quick. I said, anybody next?
Anybody
Oh, and I
back?
put him in a nasty submission hold too. I put him in an arm bar, but kind of like kneeling. But my left leg was like I had it cracked with his neck, but I had the arm locked. Ooh, that was nasty. So his neck and his head was trapped underneath my left leg while I had him in an arm bar. I don't know what he tapped for, but he tapped like Fred Astaire.
It's tapping like Fred Astaire.
Look, I went off policy because we are only restricted to a certain type of restraint. And I went off policy because the one kid tried to straight up fight me in the unit. And I was like, and after I gave his ass a warning, I told his ass, look, hey, stay your ass on the other side of the room. He started walking close. And I asked one of my people working, I said, is he walking closer to me? Because I was filling out some paperwork. He's like, yeah. I said, don't bring your ass over here. It's going to be problems. He tried to flip the desk on me, and I jumped up and grabbed his ass, and I said, let's go. We going here. And I went straight off the book, and I had to explain. And then the supervisor's like, look, we understand. Because I went straight jujitsu. I said, look, I chipped everything in me from not to put his ass in a fucking arm. I said, I'm glad y'all showed up after that backup call went out. Because it was going to be on. I said, some shit was about to get snapped, cracked, and popped up in here.
You heard that, JT, right? You hear that, JT? Now you know where you work.
Oh, trust me, I had to do. Did you ever hear the story about when I got that on view? But the guy who was 30 pounds bigger than me, Kimura here, Kimura there, cracked orbital bone. His bottom canine went through his bottom lip. I mean, he had 2 broken arms, a cracked orbital bone, canine through his bottom lip, and he still wanted to fight.
Give him points for having heart, but no points for being stupid.
I was about to be like, dude. I got this 30 to 40 pounds of gear on, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna just choke him. I'm gonna choke him unconscious, even though it's against policy. But I'm like, this is edge of the circumstances. He's not submitting. So I was about to choke him out. Oh, trust me. And I tell people, y'all think jujitsu something? Y'all better never ever fight a catch wrestler.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no! From experience, no.
No. Catch wrestling is like the meaner, bigger brother of jiu-jitsu.
I put that over jujitsu all day, and people don't understand why you pick catch. I say, have you ever wrestled with somebody that knows catch wrestling? There's a reason why one is called the gentle art, and that one isn't.
Oh, that's brutal. It is known in catch wrestling to have sprains and dislocations in practice. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little bit of history. Jiro Kano, who invented judo, right?
Yeah.
It was a guy named Al Sachdel or something like that, or Sanders. He was the middleweight catch wrestling champion of the world, and he went against the judo world middleweight champion, and he submitted him. A 6th-degree black belt in judo, he submitted. Oh, and trust me, if you want to know the closest person to catch wrestling, you would look at like a God rest his soul, Stu Hart.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Ken Shamrock. Because you know
Shamrock.
The Pancrase from the Pancrase Association. Bob Backlund.
Yep.
Oh, trust me, I used to catch people on the street with a crossface chicken wing. I made grown men cry with that one.
I love that move. I remember the first time I saw that move slapped on somebody quickly. Larry Sabisco slapped that shit on X-Pac in WCW.
Oh, yeah.
Ran in the ring to try to beat up Larry Sabisco, and he grabbed that motherfucker and threw him down and threw him in that crossface chicken wing. Oh, my God, dude. I was like, that shit looked devastating. Like, oh, my God.
Oh, it is.
I thought he broke his neck.
I will tell you, it's a shoulder lock, and it's a shoulder lock into a neck crank, and it's devastating, man. Who else is a modern catch wrestler?
Josh Barnett's another one.
Who?
Josh Barnett.
Oh, Josh Barnett is nasty. If you can hang with no gear and not be submitted, you nasty. You nasty. Josh Barnett is nasty. I would. The thing about it is, the one advantage they have besides aggression is that catch wrestling specializes in leg locks, which a lot of jiu-jitsu guys are not.
They don't. They scared to touch that leg.
They're scared, and that's how I was catching my boy who brought me in as a special guest to teach takedowns and throws. And some of the guys wanted to try me on the ground, and they didn't know I knew leg locks. So I would just hit them and knee bomb, or hit them with like a calf crush.
Charles, did I send you that video on Instagram? This dude it's a regular Greco-Roman wrestling match, right? Olympic wrestling match. And this dude is tied up in this hole where he has the guy's arms pinned back, his legs pinned back. He wide open, look like he's trying to get pumped on, and he cannot move.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. You might have
tied the fuck up. He's all open. It's just balls and asshole hanging out. I'm like, God. And that motherfucker was really struggling to get free. He could not get free.
Oh yeah, leverage. That's a devastating thing. Like, that's why I tell people about my coach. I said, I warn kids, I better not try that, man.
I
His
want
level,
I fuck
his
around.
level of grip, his level of grip strength and ruthlessness. Oh my God, he would hurt you. And that's the thing about why you have a lot of that violence with young people nowadays. Am I old enough to say young people yet? But
My,
it's I don't know. I'm just 43, so it's funny with young guys, man. And I said, y'all don't know how it is to have a grown man immobilize you and show you how insignificant you are in the universe.
Oh
And
man,
there's
that's the Charles. That's the conversation I've had with the male staff at my facility. Because a lot of these young boys ain't never been around no men. I said that the problem is, like I say this shit all the time. One time that be pissing me off about the policy, I said because we can't really. They think, oh, we not really. The restraint is not designed. It's just to stop you, but it's not. We can kind of maybe work within the rules of how we can restrain you. But I said we not, and I explained to them, and I said we not really applying no real pressure. If I really got my hands on you and I didn't have to worry about dealing with administration or state investigation. I said I would fuck a lot of you up because you really not. Because even when I put them down, I ate that. I said yeah, but I ain't really slammed your ass. Like I ain't really put the paws on you because if I really put the hands on you, and I said some of them have felt my strength. They said shit, damn, he's strong. I don't really want to get into a restraint with him. I said yeah, because and mind you, that's me at going 20%. Imagine if I crank that shit up to 70 or 80%.
you be looking like King from Tekken.
check your Instagram, Charles. I just sent you that video.
Beastly Nerd be looking like King from Tekken. We're gonna go from
Yeah.
here.
Oh yeah,
Oh
that
yeah,
chain, the chain
the
move.
chain, oh the chain. Oh,
That's what I
and
said that one time, Charles. I said, dude, I would have your ass looking like my name is King from Tekken, just going from hole to hole to hole and just tying your ass up like a pretzel.
you know who showed me my coach because he knew some good old fashioned catch wrestling. So he showed me how to get from an Achilles hold basically into an STF, from an STF into like a crossface with the arm out, go from the arm into the rings of Saturn, from the rings of Saturn into a standing arm bar, and then going back into an arm bar.
Damn, that's like six transitions.
Oh yeah, he was nasty with it. It was good. And then the thing he showed me was how to go back in reverse if you wanted.
No, you can't see it go.
I've seen that video. I said I felt bad for that dude. I said, damn, there's literally he is trapped. I said, bro, if somebody wanted to take advantage of you,
Bruh, it was all advantage. They wasn't taking it, nothing. It was just advantage. That's all. You could not be taking advantage, dude. It was just advantage. God damn. Yeah, that was fucked up. I need to remember that move for
and when I saw that, my grappling mind was like, okay, how the fuck would I get out of that if I'm trapped in there? Because like I'm like, how would I move? Like, could I transition here? I'm like, nah, I don't.
Oh, now I see it. You know what that move's called?
embarrassing.
That's called the banana split.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yep, there you go. It's called the banana split.
And I think
My
the only
coach
way to
told me-
get out of it is
Oh,
not to get caught in it.
No,
Yep.
that's usually how you get
my
out.
coach actually put me in it one time, and I never got caught again. Imagine, and I'm gonna describe the pain. Imagine your groin area from your inner thigh, from in the middle, and all that, and it's being stretched with his arms and his legs combined. And it's not like, even if you're flexible, it hurts. And imagine if he's trying to split you apart from the middle. That is one of the most painful. You can't get out of it. You can't.
That shit was locked in. I couldn't see how he could get out of that shit.
That's actually in catch wrestling. That's actually a very devastating submission move. Very devastating. And oh my God, that gave me memories. Ooh, not good ones. Not good ones. You will scream. I don't care how tough you are, you will scream. I actually still know how to do that move too.
Well, that was the thing I was looking at because I was like, how the fuck did he even get him in there? How did you work?
You start it from the cross body rod and you throw your elbow over to the other side of his body and you already got your leg hooked with his leg. Now you get an underhook or you get an overhook with your arm and lock your arms together, you rock them over. Mm. Just look up banana how to do the banana split on YouTube real quick.
I know I'm looking for that shit right now so people can
it's
I could share with everybody.
Oh, it's
Now,
devastating.
It's two ways too. Also, because I know the Eddie Bravo template and jiu-jitsu way how to do it. So that's a different way, but it's still it's a banana split where you stretching that groin. So you have to distinguish between the two.
And the variation of that is called a spladle because it's a combination of a banana split and a cradle. Oh, that hurts too.
I caught somebody in that shit. I was like, I was surprised that I did it. I said, he was like, how the hell did you catch me? And I said, well, I didn't think I was gonna catch you in it, but you went the direction that I needed you to go, and so I just said, fuck it, I'm going with it.
Okay, let's see.
So once you have that spladle, man, that spladle was devastating. I'm sorry. You will not like life for like the eternal moment you're in there. You will hate everything in life and everything about it.
Banana split wrestling move. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Found it.
Yep. Let's see how this works. It's a minute-long video. Let's see if he got his ass. Oh, I think he's going for it. Okay, this might be the video to watch. It's only like a minute and a half. So let's educate the masses. Courtesy of Charles Faulkner Jr. and Beastly Nerd. All right, so this is supposed to be the wrestling and banana split.
Oh boy.
Get behind him. What? Keep going. Oh, realize I never shown you how to do it unless you keep it.
Let's hear it.
All right,
Uh-oh.
go hard. You got turning. Go. Run. Stretch him out. Pull him over your knee. Hey, put him on your knee, bounce him off. Yeah, he could have done a thing.
This should be. Now, I haven't seen this video before. I watched about 30 seconds of it before I put it up on screen. So I'm assuming this is where this shit. Fair use. We're all here doing this for educational purposes.
It's about to go left.
Yep. Oh, shit.
Got one hook in.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah!
Hold him. Hold him like that. Right there, right there.
Look at the grimace on his face.
Yep.
Come on. Stretch it out.
Scratch your asshole.
Oh. He just gave up to the pain.
So y'all saw that, right?
Oh, he gave up to the pain. He couldn't leverage out of it anymore.
Nope.
I'm just a sucker for pain. Oh my God, that is an embarrassing fucking move. There you go. That's why you gotta have your singlet on. but like damn. Hey, that little wiry motherfucker had his ass, boy. Like,
And I'm gonna tell you,
Look,
that's one of
saw that hook.
that's one of the nicer that's one of the nicer versions of the banana split.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hook it as hard as he wanted to.
no, I
Or
didn't think
could
he
have.
got it completely hooked because he still had that other arm free. But they gave him a way out. This other video, this looked like these college wrestlers. It looked like he got that motherfucker locked all the way in on his ass. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Like when people try to say my sport is soft.
Oh, this is later.
Man, I laugh when people say that
That's the
dumbass
split.
shit.
Oh, trust me. You will get your ass kicked by a wrestler.
I laugh. I said, all I gotta do is hit singles and doubles on you, and your ass is not getting back up.
Singles, doubles, and if I don't like you, I'm throwing you.
Damn. Look at this shit.
Ooh, that's the split.
Oh my god, that's the nasty alert. Ooh.
Damn. Motherfucker sniffing his own ankle. Woo! Oh, he got that boy tied up. Just look at that shit. Look at him.
You
That boy is tied the fuck up. His arm.
You can't even get up the pen. It's devastating, man. It's just a devastating. And you got to remember, they took out a lot of the catch wrestling dangerous holds, like the chicken run.
Oh,
you can't do it.
That boy got his knee, his leg behind his head. He got him fucked off. That's a dominant position too. You can't get that leg out. You can't get.
That's why I say
he's pinned.
You can't get neither one of them legs out.
No, he's done. He's done. He's pinned.
It's over.
He's pinned.
His
coach already warmed up the shower for him. He's done.
Yeah. Get the ice pack.
That's why wrestlers dominate in the grappling tournament world. I'm like, yeah, man.
Look, you saw that moment, Charles. You probably just saw what I saw.
He's done.
Just
like,
watch
help
his
me.
Face. Yeah, now watch his face. You saw that?
Blacked out a little bit. It looked like he blacked out a little bit.
He blacked out.
He gave up. He almost blacked out.
He does.
Ooh, he got the head behind his leg.
Because now you see where his head is. If he actually rotated towards him, he could actually put him in a neck crank where he could choke him out. It's some little nasty stuff he could do.
Boy, he is tied the fuck up. Woo! Trust is live. I bet you are, sweetie. Now this is some unfortunateness. What? This is some unfortunateness, dude. As a man, you should not be able to see the bottoms of your soles like that. Bottom of the soles of your feet like that, bro. He has a full. He's giving full inspection on an asshole. That's not okay.
I mean, right now, I'm listening to the lyrics of Pop Lock and Drop It when I see this.
He cranked it in.
Shit, he got both of them behind. Damn.
That motherfucker, boy.
And you made it to the highlight reel. That's the
Woo! Shit. That was painful for me to watch. This motherfucker ain't got nothing but shoulders. The dude is wrestling ain't had nothing but shoulders. Oh, he was gonna break that dude in half. That was the break you in half moment. Like Jesus. So yeah.
She'll say uncle.
Believe it or not, there's some chicks that want to have sex like that. Believe it or not. They want to
practice the move on your girl. Hey baby, you put this leg behind you. Okay, yeah, this is how. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. When she says she want the rough stuff, that's usually what she's talking about. She want to
put her legs behind her head.
Submit. Make me submit. Fucking hell, dude. Anyway, y'all got some final thoughts? I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I'm almost 5 hours in. Give me some time to watch this Last of Us.
Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed.
Smoke weed every day.
Don't listen to the officer telling you.
I'm out.
Wait, you
Peace.
about to put yourself through that torture of The Last of Us?
No, I'll probably watch Andor first. I'm more interested in seeing Andor than I am in watching Last of Us. Even though I liked the first season of Last of Us, I never played the game, so I don't have that much of a fixation on it. It's just a show. It's just a show for me. So I can watch it when I watch it, but it's not rising to the level that I just.
Later, fellas.
Peace,
right.
Charles. I really want to see Andor because I was looking forward to that show. And I haven't had spoilers necessarily, but I know there's some scenes in it that happen that people are already complaining about and using as they bannered a wave about the show and it's sucking and stuff like that. But I've just seen a really good movie 4 times. I'm really resistant to watching something that might not be that damn good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not wanting to ruin that feeling for me. So I'm suspect on Last of Us. I'm interested to see Andor, but I've been waiting to see Andor. That was the only other Disney show I was looking forward to seeing. I still need to put up my reviews for Daredevil. Maybe I'll just make a super cut and put them all together for you guys. But I wasn't happy with Daredevil. So Marvel Disney and Marvel or Disney Lucasfilms is really just letting me down. They're not giving me enough good material to actually watch and consume. So it's wearing on me. It really is. It's really wearing on me, especially since I have to sit here and spend my time recording myself watching this shit and then editing videos and putting it up on streams and shit. It's like, you make my content suck. Shit. Like, what am I supposed to do with this trick? So, anyway, final thoughts, Beast. You already seen Sinners, I know, so you good.
Mm-hmm. Saw The Accountant, last night too.
Mm-hmm. What'd you think?
So, that was okay. That was good. I thought the first one was better. I said the first one was slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
Could have used without the 2 boss bitches, but that was part of the damn story.
So you tell me, was I right in saying that, in thinking that I was waiting for Medina to get killed?
Oh, bro, she pissed me. But then again, I said I don't like the characters that actress plays. She plays the same boss. See, I've never liked the character. What for her was when she played Nivea on Spartacus, and she was the cause that forced Spartacus and Crixus to split the entire army into 2. The people that wanted to follow Crixus and the people that wanted to follow Spartacus, all because she was just so hell-bent on getting revenge and all of the dominoes. I was like, Crixus, you letting this chick run the damn show, and she's forcing you to have arguments with Spartacus about this shit because she's mad. You recognize Spartacus as a leader. And so her characters, then she went from playing that to Amanda Waller. And I was like, didn't even really play a good enough Amanda Waller. I was like, shit, go give Viola Davis. She did a better damn Amanda Waller than she did.
I forgot that she was even playing Amanda Waller in the Arrowverse. As soon as I read that, I said, oh, that's right, that was her. Oh my God, I've seen her a bunch of times.
Yeah, she then Rings of Power. It's like she played these boss type roles, and it's like it's never you're just annoying. And it's like, I want your character to get X'd off. Don't nobody else. I don't want to see nobody else go. And so she was annoying as shit. Then she was like, wait, we need to do this. I was like, you went to this man for his expertise. Let him do what the fuck he do. Because clearly your way, my guy went to X, Y, and Z and this and that, and he couldn't find. What do we see? All 4 of them kids, all them damn kids pull up like 4, 5 different camera shots. I thought your man was the degree graduate. What happened?
Mm-hmm. The kids got in there and hacked it because they got a little weirdness about him. That dude doing this shit on his own time. But 5 should be able to find more information than 1 person. Just saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that shit was bothering me because now they got a boss autistic chick in the seat somewhere. And I was like, come on, man. This is okay. So he just gets to sit around now.
Basically.
I mean, he ain't special really now. That's what I was like. I'm not overly feeling that, but I did like the brother story between the two of them dealing with each other because Braxton is funny as fuck to me.
Yeah.
But he get down for his brother. He protects his older brother, which is
the country club scene. He said, "Oh, my brother's gonna need to have a good time too. So hit me."
yeah.
I was like,
No,
what?
he wasn't having a good time, but he'll have a good time now. Go ahead and hit me.
I said,
you
oh
can see
shit.
Braxton looking like, what the fuck? What's going on? That show's hilarious. Like
He put that beer down.
fucking ran in for it, boy. Like, yeah. And walked out with a cowboy hat.
Yeah, he was yelling out the window, yeah. Like a motherfucker.
That motherfucker had me though. I'll say this. It was funny as fuck. In the beginning, when you meet Braxton again, he's in Germany. And he's up in the room and he's going over this conversation in his head about what he's gonna say. And I'm like, damn, he got a kid or something? What the fuck is going on? It was a real deep performance. I'm like, this motherfucker tearing up and shit like this. Like, what the fuck? What is he dealing with? He's like, he got an issue.
He was just
he just calling about a goddamn puppy. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, bro. My puppy.
And then the way he broke it down, he was like, "No, you're a cat person."
You're a cat
He
person.
said, "What?" He said, "You take long absences. Do you have anybody to watch the dog? Do you have any friends?" Like, no. He's like, well, "You're a cat person."
You're a cat person. I was like that. I started laughing. I laughed my ass off at that part. I said, that's right. You're probably true. You need a cactus of pets. I don't need a lot of attention.
I said, "You a contract killer. You ain't gonna be around for this damn dog."
You're gonna take it with you. Dogs need regular schedules. You don't keep a regular schedule. You're transient. You don't have a regular place to stay. He's breaking it down to him.
Yeah, like you ain't John Wick, all right? Look.
Right. I want a dog. You ain't John Wick. You're gonna go stay home and be mopey. No. Have gun travel. Remember that shit?
Yeah, but then but the two boss chicks pissed me off. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, so that's how we spending this. Like, I was like, damn, because at the end of it, I was like, damn, she ain't gonna go get her son. Like, she just mentally fucked up forever. Like, what we doing out here?
Yeah, look, and when you get to the end, she didn't even go after the boy. That's what didn't make any goddamn sense to me. She just went back to just doing what she had been doing with the knowledge of I used to be this, and my son is still out there. But she didn't go get his ass. They take his ass to the autistic school. Like, so where the fuck is his mama with her baby? Then what was the point of all that shit?
What was the point of getting revenge on the dude?
Fuck it, whatever. It's over. Right? Like, fuck it, it's over. I can't. I don't have a bandwidth right now. That loading bar is still spinning like on that shit. Like, yeah, whatever. Don't get it. That seemed a miss because that was the first question I had. Why isn't he with his mama? Why isn't he with his mama?
Because I mean, you could definitely protect them now with all these new skills that you've managed to learn on your own. Yeah, that's not how fucking martial arts works. That'd be pissing me off when they be doing that. So that's not how that shit works.
Yeah, I learned it from watching it on TV. Yeah. No, that's not how it works. And it's bullshit every time they use it. And side note, Haley Seinfeld in that dress in Sinners worked, nigga. It didn't work for bug-eyed chick Anya Taylor-Joy in The Menu because she didn't fill it out enough, but worked for Haley Seinfeld. Just saying. Anyway, let me get the fuck out of here. TV food. Yeah, it is TV food. TV I watch on TV. I fool you. Fooling me. Have a productive weekend and week. I have to go and write a literature review paper. Knock it out, Rosie. Good to see you. You didn't clarify if you had actually did two separate super chats, or was that just a faux pas in there? No, I see two in here, so I was just trying to be sure. because I was not sure if that came in like that on purpose or was it a glitch in the matrix. I got a studio. I forgot a studio. Excuse me. Rice. Freaking rice. All right. Oh, wrong way. I did. Okay. Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate that. Go work on your paper. Good luck. Study hard. I am going to watch some other television since I've had a very movie-centric week.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen, since last Sunday, I've seen Sinners 3 times and The Accountant 2 once. I've been doing my movie diligence this week, so I still got more TV to watch now.
I need to see it one more time, Sinners, before the damn crazies of the damn Thunderbolts comes out and derails every fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll stop at 4 on this one just because I saw Black Panther 5 times. And some of those times I did not pay for. I've seen Sinners 4 times and I paid for each time I saw it. And I'm fine with that. Not bragging, I'm just saying. I paid for that shit. So obviously I enjoyed the movie. For me to say it was just good is probably an understatement because I spent money to see it 4 times. But it is, and it is the new bar. And if I had to put anything right under that bar, it would be Magazine Dreams. Because I would watch that shit again if it was still in theater somewhere. So, oh, my girl. She said, I will be getting a PhD in forensic psychology in 2 weeks.
Uh-oh.
I'm a psych major. I only have my bachelor's, general psych. You getting your PhD? I haven't gone back to get my PhD. Every time I mention going back to get my PhD to people, they start fucking with me at work. So, congrats. Definitely do your paper. And if you care, let me read that shit. I'd be curious. Because psychology is my shit. I have one. What is it? It's not credits. I had a 3-year program to get my PhD in psychology. It is. I'd probably go the PsyD route just because I want to work with people. But forensic psychology, hell yeah. Get that shit. PhD grad, one of my peoples. One of the Psy Corps. I'm down. Congratulations. Send pictures. I have a PhD in child psychology. Yeah, we're not talking about dating. Most of us have a PhD in that if you date in this world nowadays. At least developmental psychology is like, oh, tell me about your mother or your father. And I'm a professor at a university as well. Get the fuck out of here, Rosie. I'm doing life wrong, apparently. Yeah, share some of that. I like reading people's papers and shit. It's one of the things they barred me from my thing was reading all the research papers and shit like that people write. Because it's good shit. People actually getting in and doing work and actually learning and researching things as opposed to just talking out they trumpeted asses. Email it to me. artisan112@gmail.com. I read that shit. If anything, I give some feedback. Can take it or leave it. It's just what it is. But yeah, definitely go get your work done. If we find somebody out in SoCal to come spank you. You can try the forensics on that shit. Get your work done. Proud of you. I'm serious. No bullshit. because that's a huge commitment to go that route. Shit, you're going to have to put the PhD behind your name. Well, I'm not putting it in the regular chat. I don't want every weirdo emailing me. Like, here. Say what the fuck? Don't make me choke on my rice. Don't make me choke on my rice. Here. I was gonna say something, but it'll sound really wrong if I said that shit. Hit that in the back chat. Sound really wrong.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that, sir.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to censor myself a little bit, Beast. Trying to censor myself a little bit, Beast.
Well, you hang around adults that be like, "Hey, pause." I'm like, "Look, we grown. Can we be adults for like 5 seconds?"
Yeah, I'm not pausing for shit. You understand what it is. Okay, there it is, Rosie. Oh, she said, say it. Artisan 1112 at gmail.com. Very easy. It's probably on this. It's in the description for this. I think it might be in the description. No, it's not. Yeah, we all grown. Yeah, I'm not worried about the people in the room that's grown. I'm worried about the ninja watchers and shit like that that'll watch this video later on.
The weirdos.
Yeah, the weirdos.
They ain't got nothing better to do than fuck other those people day up.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat. If you want to pop in there, you can see it written out. But it's not fucking hard. It's not overly a secret, but I'll read my email enough as it is. But if I know something's coming in there, I'll look. Otherwise, it's junk mail. It's junk mail. Junk mail as fuck. And delete it regularly. All right. So you got some final thoughts, Beast? Since you and me are not getting our PhDs right now.
My final thoughts is, as always, make good shit, and we will come see again. Obviously, with the Sinners and the Michael B. Jordan stuff, everybody going to see it. Everybody talking about it, so we will see that.
And it's not just hype.
Yep.
Let's just make the distinction. Let's just make the distinction. It's not everybody is not just going to see it because it's the next wave of the hype train or something like that on a movie. No, the movie is really good.
Told a good story.
Good. If it's not really good, find everybody who has detracted from this movie and what they don't like about the movie, and then weigh how big of a deal that is in the movie. But remember that. Remember those statements that they made about what they found objectionable about this movie, and match it up to what they're going to say in the next month or so with the next series of movies that's coming out. Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Superman, and Mission Impossible. See what they say about those movies and how much hype or no hype they get. How much they rave about it, how much they don't rave about it, what they overlook, what they focus on. Because make no mistake about it, the most compelling thing that I've seen about this whole thing with Sinners, fuck out of here, fucking bug, is who hasn't did a review on this shit when they usually review everything. What are they choosing to review other than this? And the people who have reviewed it, the ones who have a problem with the Klan members getting shot the fuck up. Why you got a problem with that? Look like your uncle or somebody? I don't see why you'd have a problem with that. We don't give a shit when Germans get killed in movies. We don't give a damn when Wolverine cutting through 100 ninjas. Why the fuck should we care about Klan members getting killed? I think that was tacked on. That didn't need to be there. Yes, it did need to be fucking there. It did. It was very important that scene was there. And I'm glad it was. It was entertaining. Especially when you understand the Grand Dragon got shot in his dick, too. You know, that's symbolic for how, black men was lynched back in the South, how they had cut off their manhood. So I thought it was good. I was entertained. I laughed 4 times. 4 times. I love that scene. So thank you, Beast. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down right now. And I am going to close out this stream. I've already got my food, my coffee for the day. I am not working on a PhD paper, which makes me feel very self-conscious about myself. Thank you very much. There we go. But thank you guys for showing up. Apologies again for being somewhat late, but I still gave you that 5-hour chunk of time with a little bit of my own witticisms about culture and geekdom and whatnot. I gotta redo my background and get these shelves put up. But this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday now at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time until I finish up. I am missing my boy Malika because he's still at work right now, but it's all good. He's in the chat right now. So I'll try to do something, figure out another way so we can get Malika's input on these streams live. But shout out to everybody who donated to the stream today. Rosie, Kareen, Rosie Studio. Appreciate y'all. And there was somebody on the Cash App side that I missed. Let me see. Oh, no, that was HBO. So that was it. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. I will see you next time. And if you haven't seen Sinners, go see it. I'm liking to see it. Every time I've gone back to see the movie, the theater has been more and more full. So maybe it's the title that's really freaking people out, like they're not supposed to do anything that says Sinners on it. It's a metaphor, dude. Just go watch the goddamn movie. It's fine. It's fine. You'll survive. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Peace. And I'll see you guys next time.